Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, friends. And welcome on back to a little more randomized perfection. What is this, stream number 57? I'm a poet and I didn't know it. How's everybody doing today? Bit of a different time for the stream than usual. Usually I'm either like earlier in the day or I'm later in the evening. Splitting the difference today. It's not the first time I've ever streamed at this time, but feels a little bit different. Hopefully everyone is doing well out there. Finally caught up on the VOD so you can catch one live again. Yo, Turtle Crush. Welcome on in. Glad you're all caught up now. Literally, the stream time is so good for you. Happy to oblige, Ink Mousy. Good to see you. Did your Duolingo, and because of that, you're satisfied with your day. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, Ghost. I can get behind that. I can get behind being productive and that feeling very, very good. My productivity's actually been like through the roof compared to what compared to like my normal levels of productivity, because I kind of go in like fits and spurts of productivity, but lately these past few days I've just been like absolutely cranking it out, and it just feels so good. Feels very satisfying to get stuff done. Not just as far as, like, you know, editing and stuff goes, but as far as, like, you know, like, cleaning up around the house and learning to cook more better and and learning to speak more better, too. Me am speak good, yeah. This stream time's way better for you as well, Miss Palindrome. Happy to hear it. I think this stream time's, it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good for a lot of time zones. I mean, no matter when you stream, sometimes it's going to be bad for some people. There's no winning, but just got to do what we can. Try and vary it up to at least give everyone a chance to pop in when they can. Yeah, see, meanwhile, me at 3 a.m. Hello, Funny Fox. Yo, 3 a.m. gang, rise up. 3 a.m. gang. And Llama, thank you for being a member for 13 months at the Neutron level. Thank you, thank you. Gonna be lurking? No worries. We respect lurkers around here. Of course, of course, of course. Should not be a surprise. Alright, I'm also gonna go ahead and get Nightbot in here. Nightbot, you up? Nightbot, you awake? We got some goals to attain here. Yo, thank you, Nightbot. Pin that son of a gun right there. We are currently in the process of befriending Demetrius. We just started that towards the end of last stream. It was our last goal, obviously. And I think we should be able to do it hopefully quickly today. Not that I want to, you know, speed through the befriending process, but it would be nice to get to another goal. I'm just hungry for all the goals. I've gotten so used to having goals like spoon-fed to me for so long. We've gotten like a lot of easy goals recently. And now that I actually have to like stop and work for one, I'm like, but I want my next goal now. I want it now, randomizer, please. Please give me an easy goal. Can I ship stone next, please? I want to ship stone. That's okay. We've been patient. We've worked through a lot of things that have taken a lot longer than this, so I'm not sweating it. It does feel like a bit of a paradigm shift, though. Hey there, Lisa, by the way. Saw you come in. Farm cleanup. Watching on your TV feels weird, but you need to multitask. I like watching YouTube on my TV, actually. Because one thing I do when I watch YouTube on, like, my phone or on my computer is, like, partway through the video, sometimes I'll just, like, scroll down to the comments and just, like, start just, like, not paying attention to the video, and I'll, like, read the comments instead, or, like, kind of half pay attention to the video. Whereas on the TV, obviously, you can't really do that, so I just kind of, you know, it helps me focus more. Watch Lovely % on your TV. Hey there, Susan. Does anyone know how to turn Nightbot's message not bright white? It's not bright white for me. I mean, not any brighter white than any of the other messages. They're all white on a black background for me, but hopefully you can figure that one out there. Ghost with Bow. All right. Well, let's get into things, shall we? the pinned message is blue for you, that's normal. It should be like a blue background with like white text. If it's a blue background with blue text, then we got some problems, but you can't watch on mobile, you have to multitask, so it's on your TV and computer monitor so you can type easily. Oh, I like that, actually. I like that strat. You have, like, the actual, like, video on your, or, like, the video on your TV, and then, like, on your computer, you can do the type. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Let's do our little puffertle today, shall we? I got fish on the brain. I mean, I always have Stardew Valley fish on the brain. That's no surprise, but these days, more than most, even, I have fish on the brain just by virtue of how much editing I've been doing. Does that translate to a perfect puffertle performance? There's only one way to find out, isn't there? Let me go ahead and get my windows all set up right here. All right, I'm going to take a guess before I've even seen the fish pattern. This feels like a red snapper kind of day. Don't ask me why. Could this be a red snapper? I think it actually could. I don't know. It's a little too sporadic for red snapper, probably. But the red snapper does, if I remember right, kind of go up to that middle point of the bar. I gotta trust my own gut on this one. Red snapper. Okay. Fair enough, honestly. This actually is a lot of information, though. It might not look like much information, but sometimes the lack of information is better than the information itself. Weather is yellow. Red snapper is a rainy day fish, which means that this is an all-weather fish. Location, it's not the ocean at all. Time. Time is interesting. When can you catch the red snapper? I want to say it's like 6 a.m. to like 7 p.m. or something. It's nothing like out of the ordinary. But the fact that there's no overlap here is very interesting. It makes me think this is a late night freshwater fish with some seasonal overlap with the red snapper. It's got to be a midnight carp, right? Surely. Perfect. All right. I was thinking, what fish starts that late? Like, there are nighttime fish. There's a lot of nighttime fish, but what fish starts like really late like that? We'll take it. The only one that starts because the midnight carp does not start showing up until 10 p.m., right? Didn't think it was hard enough? You thought it was a midnight carp, Benny? Yo, good intuition. Midnight carp. We stand a midnight carp around here. Alright, let me go ahead and load up a little Stardew now. Oh, I almost closed this whole window. I don't want to do that because I got the randomizer here, and I feel like we're going to need that in, and I don't know how long. How long do you think it's going to take to befriend Demetrius from where we are? I think we're at, what, 4 hearts with Demetrius right now? Midnight carp for some seafoam pudding, baby. I posted a poll yesterday asking people what group of fish they thought would be the hardest or most problematic, is I think the wording I used for the Master Angler Challenge that I'm working on, where I try to catch every fish in the game in one in-game day. And the answers have been very interesting to read about in the comments and watch the results. I'm not going to spoil anything, but it's interesting to see people's rationales for certain things even. Befriend Demetrius once we get past this black screen. Perfect. Fish equals cancel. Trust me, there are some fish in the challenge that I wish I could cancel. I would get all right, I'm gonna catch all the fish except not those ones. Those ones we can all agree they're kind of stinky and they don't really fit in with the rest, so we're not gonna worry about those. Every other fish though. Trust me, there's times where that's the rationale. Alright, Demetrius. We are currently up to only 3 hearts with Demetrius, so we have a little while to go. But we also do have his birthday coming up in, just over a week here, so we should be more than prepared to complete this friendship goal today. Because when we'll give him an iridium quality rabbit's foot on his birthday. I can never remember how many hearts that gets you. I want to say it's like at least 3 hearts. Maybe that's too many. Maybe that's not even enough. I don't know. It's one of those things I so seldom do that it's not locked in my brain. Didn't realize that poll was for that challenge. I mean, I did put hypothetically speaking in the poll, so that's fair. What percent of perfection are we at? We don't have access to the actual in-game perfection tracker right now, but I believe the randomizer is somewhere at like 13.5 or 13.7%, which does not correlate 1-to-1 with the perfection tracker, but it does, it's, you know, the closest approximation we can get until we actually have access to the Walnut Room. Have I given Demetrius his gifts this week? I have. I've given him 2 gifts already this week, so we just want to sleep through the week. Once I get this fall seed in here, I'm also going to need to do a little watering. I probably don't even need to be using this garden pot that much anymore. Maybe I should axe this chore from my catalog of chores, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and let it ride. We also planted a bunch of poppies. Did we plant it? I don't think we planted anything else as far as crops go. I'm just trying to remember everything that was going on here. Tomorrow we gather for the luau. I mean, you guys can do that. I'm not going to stop you, but I've been to my fair share of luau's. They've traumatized me, and I'm not about to put Beatrix through that process again if I don't have to. You forgot about the sombrero. One does not simply forget about the sombrero. We got our Junimos all just enjoying the poppies to their little Junimo heart's content. We got the bear vase. We got the animals all roaming about that we got to finally pet for the first time ever. I'm still not over it, to be honest with you. Life is good here on Fractured Farm. Not gonna lie. And I get to listen to Pickle Jar Rag. Probably my favorite song in the entire Stardew Valley soundtrack. The entire Stardew Valley oeuvre. Do you think they're gonna play Pickle Jar Rag at the Stardew Valley concert? I don't know if this translates that well to an orchestral form, but I would love to hear it. I don't know. Because I can't imagine they're going to play all the songs, right? There's no way. They're probably just going to pick, like, some of the best ones that are easily... Well, not easily, but, like, that will sound best when they're translated into an orchestral form. Pain not being able to buy tickets ensues. What songs are you guys most excited to hear an orchestral rendition of? The only song they will play is Sam's Band Electronic. I can see it now. Sam's Band Electronic. Sam's Band, parentheses, electronic, square brackets, orchestral. Moonlight Jellies, that would be... I feel like they have to do Moonlight Jellies. It's such a popular song. It's such a vibe, too. There's no way they don't do Moonlight Jellies, right? Smell of Mushrooms, I could see that as well. What about Volcano Mines? Like Molten Jelly or whatever it's called? I know there's a lot of people that love those Volcano Mines tracks, myself included. They're probably like up... They're in the S tier of Stardew Valley songs, for sure. I would love to hear that. Abby's song, The One in the Rain. That would be nice. I wouldn't mind like an extended version of that one too, because that one's pretty short if I remember right. Junimo Kart. Basically any Junimo Kart track is going to be a banger for sure, so I can absolutely endorse that. Just hope there's a YouTube version of the concert. I can't imagine that they wouldn't have recordings of it. They probably won't be available like around the same time as the concert is going on, because they want to incentivize people to go to the concert, even though I guess if the concert's happening, the tickets have all already been sold, so you know there's not really like a way you could go to the concert, even if, you know, it may... I don't know how these things work. All I know is that I feel like it would be a foolish decision to not have some recording in some capacity. Like an actual, like a professional recording. You'd buy the recordings? I would too, like in a heartbeat. Volcano Mines themes in Tropicala, my beloved. We're good. We're good. What concert? Last week, Concerned Ape announced that there would be a Stardew Valley musical concert tour going around various places around the world to perform certain I don't know if has there been like a disclosed song list? I don't think there has. I think it's like, here's like where the concert is going to be taking place. Like here are all the different venues. Here's where you can buy your tickets. And I think that's been like basically it, right? Tropical is the one with the sitar. That sounds familiar. Honestly, the seasonal songs, it's hard for me to keep them all straight in my head once you get down into like the actual names of the songs. To me, they're just kind of like, you know, it's like winter song 1, 2, and 3. Not that they're not all great, but it's just like I have a hard time differentiating them in my brain based purely on the name. Wonder if any of Sam's songs will make the cut. I would love to hear the honky tonk version of Sam's band performed by an actual orchestra. That would be pretty hilarious, honestly. That one and only that one. Alright, we can go give Demetrius a gift today. We haven't given him any ice cream yet, so let's see if he screams for this ice cream. What if that's how ice cream worked? What if every time someone was, like, given ice cream, you weren't allowed to, like, take it or eat it until you screamed at least once? I feel like ice cream parlors would not be as successful as they are. Although, now that I think about it, if I had to, if I was like, it was like a really hot, like 35 degrees Celsius summer day, I'm walking downtown past the ice cream parlor. I mean, honestly, I probably would be more, probably what would turn me off more from getting ice cream than having to scream to get it would be having to stand in line for like 40 minutes because the lines get so long in the summer. So at that point, I'd be ready to scream just out of frustration for standing in line for that long. So maybe it would just work out okay. But if you have to scream when you like eat the ice cream that you just buy from the grocery store, that would be like, what if like if you couldn't like even open the ice cream? What if it had like a scream lock on it? Now I'm just trying to envision like how a scream lock would even work. I'm getting lost in my own sauce. Hey there, Image Unknown. Welcome, welcome. Did some research between streams, and if my math is right, we've completed the museum collection. If we've completed the museum collection, we can get a statue from Grandpa's evaluation. That's good to know, Lid. Thank you. I did not do the math on that one, but that is good intel. We're not able to complete the museum collection until we get that star drop goal. Because, well, actually, I guess you can complete the museum collection without collecting the star drop, can't you? Because it's not like one of those where it gets sent in the mail to you. I think you actually, like, get it from Gunther directly, a la all the furniture and stuff. So we technically could do that. But I feel like that's quite the side quest to embark on for... I mean, I say for, like, little gain, but... the Statue of Perfection, that would be pretty nice to have, honestly. Anyway, here's your ice cream, Demetrius. We're insulated from the rest of the world here in Stardew Valley. Maybe that's a good thing. And he's just gonna keep spouting on about that. Meanwhile, he's there reading a newspaper, being categorically not isolated from the rest of the world in Stardew Valley, because you get the newspaper telling you about all the goings-on, telling you about the farmer's market in Grampleton. Local news. There's no Pelican Town newspaper. Who would be printing it? Who would be selling it? Mayor Lewis? My man's too busy working on his solid gold statue to worry about anything like that. Also, what would even be in the Pelican Town newspaper? It would be exclusively news about this weird farmer. It's like, because everyone else just like sticks to their routines by and large. And then I'm out here just like walking through in my sombrero and my overalls, making millions upon millions of dollars and doing absolutely nothing with it. Elliot and Penny write it. Gossip columns. Haley would definitely... No, actually, you know what? I was going to say Haley would write a gossip column, but Haley strikes me as the type of girl to write under a pseudonym as an advice columnist. She would be like, She'd be like Miss Heartthrob or something. I don't know. She'd go under some kind of pen name and be like, and giving out like random like relationship advice and stuff to people who write in. Bear spotted in woods. Haley would write fashion advice. She would definitely write a fashion column too, for sure. Dear Abby. Classic Dear Abby moment. I guess we can just ask her what she would write. Hey, Haley, what would you write? Exclamation point, Haley. Closest we get to the news is what we get on TV. Just a little Queen of Sauce news every now and again. Tonight's news, isolated farmer gives feet to unsuspecting citizens. What would Haley say? I'll be thinking of you. Oh, that's sweet. Maybe that's how she signs off her column. I'll be thinking of you. Would that be sweet or would that be creepy coming from a newspaper columnist? I'll be thinking of you. I'm trying to put a frame of reference around it. I'm gonna give him an Arabian rabbit's foot today. I'm feeling particularly saucy. What Krobus say? I don't feel like doing anything else today. Mood. Big mood, Krobus. This is why the people love Krobus. He's so relatable. Jody has a culinary column 100%. I feel like she would if she had the time, but I feel like it would be one of those things where she's like, I've always wanted to write for the paper, but I just don't have enough time between all the chores and the cooking and everything I'm doing for the family. That's definitely Jody's modus operandi, I think. Modus operandus. Fun with fish, Jody. Think Gus would? Or Gus would help the Queen of Sauce, yeah. That'd be kind of fun if you could get like a newspaper delivered to like your house in the mail and get like Queen of Sauce recipes that way instead, because the Queen of Sauce just like posts the recipes in there. Krobus would be a legend. Do you think he'd be like an urban myth? Residents report seeing a strange shadowy figure rummaging around the entrance of the sewers late last night. Krobus is absolutely a cryptid. Demetrius is deep in thought. Sorry, I'm really busy. Yeah, you look like it. Don't worry, I'll leave you to it, buddy. Alright, and now we're just waiting for the 19th, because that will be... We've gotten both gifts out of the way for this week, but we can get a third gift in this week, because the 19th should be... What? My brain is breaking. Saturday? Friday or Saturday? Yeah, Friday. Okay. Sebastian would write anonymous poetry. Anonymous, but everybody knows it's him. I used to write for my, when I was in high school, I guess I should say, I did a little bit of writing for my school's newspaper. That was fun. Mostly what I did, or at least most of what I remember doing, is I would write little short stories, like short stories around the holidays, sort of holiday-themed stories. And then they would get published, and people would be like, yo, you wrote that? That's so good. Even though they were absolutely terrible. I don't know if I have any copies of those stories, but I wouldn't expect that I would have kept them, because even back then, I felt like I rushed them out, and I was not that proud of them. But, you know, to your average high school student, I feel like being able to complete any short story in any capacity is kind of impressive, so people were just like, yo, the words that you wrote in order make sense and convey some sense of emotion and they're all spelled right. That's crazy, dude. I'd be like, I know, I pay attention in English class. Get this, I even included a metaphor in there. They'd be like, a meta what? Nah, my cohorts in high school were not quite that, they weren't that bad. I feel like I was more into the whole education thing in school than a lot of my peers were, but both have their pros and cons, you know? Leia would do comics, you think? I could see Leia doing comics. She's got that artist streak. I think that makes a lot of sense, actually. Vincent does the comics. True, actually. Wait a minute. I mean, there's no reason they couldn't both do comics. Evelyn could do gardening tips. In before 1.6 drops and there's a newspaper update. What do you think the newspaper would even be called, though? Would it just be like the Pelican Town Gazette? I don't even know what a gazette is other than a newspaper, I guess, but Pelican Press. You gotta go for that alliteration. I was trying to think of a good alliterative term. Penny would be in charge of puzzles and crosswords. I'm liking this idea, honestly. It seems like a fun little... It's not something you could really mod into the game. I mean, you can mod anything into the game, but it feels more like something that would be a headcanon or fanfic interpretation. The Stardew Screecher. Yo, Shane, that is a lot of pizzas you've sent me. My man has sent me, like, 3 frozen pizzas in the past 2 weeks. I feel like he did a heist at Joja Mart and got, like, this whole whack of frozen food. And he doesn't have anywhere to store it, so he's like, alright, you can have some. I kind of know you. I talk to you every now and again. We connected in the past. He's doing a freezer clean out. I respect that. I respect a man who keeps his freezer clean, because that is not me. My freezer's not terrible by any means, but I feel like there are a lot of things that have been sitting in there for way too long. And I, like, look at them. I look at, like, a bag of frozen fruit. And I'm like, it's probably fine. And if it's not fine, I don't want to touch it. Ew, what if it's, like, really gross in there? I'm just going to leave it in there to sit next to all my good food and, like, contaminate it. But it won't actually contaminate it, I'm pretty sure, because it's, like, in a bag. So, and it's not, like, leaking, that I can tell. It's probably fine, right? I'm sure it's fine. The tabloid would totally have a story about Marnie and Lewis dating. What else would they even have a story about? Clearing that dead stock from Joja. Famous last words. Schrodinger's perishables. Alright, yeah, let's go talk to Demetrius today. It's my man's birthday. He's turning, well, let's see, it's year 18. How old do you think Demetrius was when we started? He was probably in, like, his 40s, maybe? So he's probably getting close to, like, 60 years old by now. That acorn was hopping around. Just Stardew Valley things. Gotta admit, though, Demetrius looking pretty good for being almost 60 years old. He doesn't look a day over however old he was when I first met him. And I suppose the same could be said of all people in Pelican Town. It's probably fine. There's probably nothing supernatural going on here that keeps everyone in town at perpetually the same age. No shot. What's he doing with all those feet, though? He's probably, like, dissecting them, trying to figure out the science behind luck. We are currently at, by the way, we have just crested 4 hearts with Demetrius. How many hearts will we have after this? Is the ultimate question. It's something you can like categorically know. I don't know why you like the word categorically so much. I feel like it just fits a lot of situations. Like I'm categorically gonna give Demetrius this rabbit's foot. That doesn't really work there. That's very kind of you. I love it. You would love it. I heard Maru had you look through that telescope out back. Cool story, dude. Anyway, we now have almost 8 hearts. So that was almost a full 4 hearts with Demetrius right there. That also should unlock his 6-heart event, right? Trash run for pufferfish. I should be doing that, yeah. Demetrius, I didn't tell you to get tomatoes. I said to get fruit. Here we go. I request a poll for the 6-heart event. If you don't want to watch the 6-heart event, I will understand. but here we go. We're already in. I don't understand. Tomatoes are fruits. Or do you mean a poll whether tomatoes are fruits or not? I could get behind that. When a normal person says they want fruit, they never mean tomatoes. It doesn't matter what the scientific classification is. I think this is the most based take of all time. Because she's absolutely right. Like, I don't care whether tomatoes are a fruit or not, really. If someone asks you to pick up fruit at the grocery store, they don't mean tomatoes. They absolutely do not mean tomatoes. If they need tomatoes, they'll tell you, can you get some tomatoes at the store? If they say get some fruit, they mean like berries or like bananas, apples. Beatrix, I'm glad you're here. You'll be able to put this argument to rest. How are you enjoying that rabbit's foot? How would I classify a tomato? Do I have to go vegetable to not lose points with this guy? Like, will I lose friendship points with him if I go fruit instead? Oh, that's why you said ask a poll. Because I'm trying to befriend my man Demetrius here. I want to stay on his good side. Suck it up and agree with him. I mean, honestly, if like my snap decision, how would I classify a tomato? I would classify it as a vegetable. You do, but I want to see if chat thinks it's worth the loss. You lose points if you say vegetable. Oh yeah, he's on the fruit side. Wait a second. Skip. Sacrifice the points. All right, we can do a short little poll here. I don't want to linger too long. Is tomato a fruit or vegetable? Fruit, fruit, or veggie? It's both. Yeah, but both isn't an option here, unfortunately. So if my sources are to be trusted, fruit will get us friendship points, vegetable will lose us friendship points, which is also how backwards and terrible is that? Demetrius, if you like me less as a person because I think that tomatoes are vegetables, like, that's a problem with you, not with me. Could you imagine that? Like, you're having to, you ask someone, hey, do you think a tomato is a fruit or a vegetable? And they say, oh, I mean, I can see I know the botanical classification, like, they're technically a fruit, but I usually think of them as a vegetable. And imagine the person, like, in the back of their head, they're like, you son of a... I can't believe you. I've known you for 18 long years, and this is how you repay my friendship? You call a tomato a vegetable? I would totally say that. 30 points is like nothing, though. 30 points is nothing, that's true. Most people in chat, 73% of chat says that a tomato is, in fact, a fruit, more so than it is a vegetable. Set it in stone. Beatrix, feeling a little quirky today. It's a fruit, for sure. See, Beatrix agrees with me. Sticks out tongue. I just want you to understand my point of view. It's hard for me to know exactly what assumptions I should make when you tell me something. They've been married for so long, they have to have dealt with this at some point in the past, though, right? But I'll try to get better at it. Happy ending, at least. Thank you for your help, Beatrix. Why do I feel like that would have resolved almost the same way if I had said vegetable anyway? Except Demetrius would have liked me slightly less. Get better at it when. Look, by virtue of being our friend, that was 8 hearts right there. We just got him up past 8 hearts. By virtue of being Beatrix's friend and interacting with her, he's becoming a better person. Clearly. That's just how Beatrix, that's like her effect on people. I dare you guys to put tomatoes on your next fruit salad. I feel like tomatoes in a fruit salad kind of makes sense sometimes, maybe. Don't get me wrong, I've made no secret of the fact that I do not like tomatoes at all. But when I think of a fruit salad, I feel like you could put in some tomatoes and it wouldn't clash as much as you might think it would. I feel like you wouldn't want to like overdo with the tomatoes, just like you wouldn't want to overdo with any fruit, right? So I feel like that's just, you know, I feel like you can get away with that. You have tomato and fruit salad all the time. Tomato, pepper, cucumber. Intensive porpoise. I feel like you've described a vegetable salad. I wanted to say thanks for taking an interest in my work. Here's a cooking recipe that I like. Autumn's Bounty. Yo. Just in time for autumn. Do it then, report back. I'm not going to do it because I hate tomatoes. I would be a biased... I would have a biased opinion. It would not be a scientific study. Someone who is like impartial to tomatoes needs to do the test. Gazpacho. Isn't gazpacho like tomato ice cream? It sounds gross to me, and maybe that's not what it is at all, but if I feel like that's... It doesn't sound right, but also, like I said, I'm biased. I hate tomatoes, so... Is soup, right? No, I think tomato soup is called tomato soup. It's a cold soup. It's a cold tomato soup? What's the one that's like an ice cream, then? Isn't there one that's like a tomato, like it's like tomato, but smoothie? Isn't gazpacho the thin slices of raw meat thing? I think you're thinking of a charcuterie board. Tomato smoothie. All right. Carpaccio. Carpaccio, that's Serrano, gelato. Mamma mia. All right, real quick, I am gonna head off to the washroom actually. Normally I go to the washroom before the stream, but I didn't feel the urge, and now it's just crept up on me, so I'm gonna have to take a momentary break and head off to the washroom. So Esterscape just says no. I'm not allowed to go to the bathroom. My apologies, but all right, I'll be right back. I will send you off to the saloon for the first time in a while. Get your orders in while you can. Get some nice gazpacho from Gus. If the mood should strike. Wait, where's the break room? There it is. All right. BRB. Chat, where do babies come from? I know it's kind of a random thing to come back from the break to, but I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and we all know, like, we've all seen the stories, or like the stories and like the movies and stuff about like explaining like how babies, like, where they come from, right? Yeah, the stork, exactly. Like we've all seen those cartoons, like the stork brings the baby and drops it in like a little white handkerchief on the doorstep. But like, where does the stork get the babies? From the baby factory? What is this, a factory for babies? Like the Cabbage Patch. Archon really did miss biology class. Look, like the stork. I am fully willing to accept that there is a stork, or maybe a fleet of storks, maybe a large assortment of storks that fly around the world constantly dropping off babies. But like, where do they get them from? Is my only question, really. I've seen The Matrix. Baby farm? Baby, grow the babies in the ground? Like they're potatoes? That doesn't sound right to me. Also, what if I'm living in a place where, like, the stork can't get to? Like, normally when you see, like, in those cartoons, like, the stork will drop off the baby on someone's doorstep, place them nice and gently on, like, on the mat. But what if but I live in like a condo building. The stork can't get to my door. It's like, you're telling me this stork is gonna have like, is gonna like come down and it's gonna like press the pin pad to like get me to buzz him in? I don't think so. In Boss Baby, they have a baby factory. Noted. Do not watch Boss Baby. Sounds very frightening. I'm gonna go check the trash while I wait for Demetrius's house to open here. Windowsill. I wouldn't be comfortable with the stork putting my newborn child on a windowsill, to be honest with you. It would be cold out there, and that's my only... It would either be too cold or too hot, depending on the time of year, and that's my only reservation about that. Ooh, acorn. Ooh, field snack. We are currently at about 8 hearts with Demetrius, just a little bit over 8 hearts, so we're schmoovin' here. Aquatic overpopulation, Dorado. Don't think I'm going to be able to do that, especially in one day here. Let's go ahead and get rid of all this. Honestly, I can get rid of it. I can get rid of all this stuff, too. It's not a big deal. Stork magic protects it until you pick it up. Also, why storks? Has anyone seen a stork in real life? Like, what even are those things? I know they're birds. Don't just like type birds in chat, please, because that would be embarrassing. But like, where do they come from? And where do they go? Where do they come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Like cranes or herons? I've seen a heron in real life. Herons are very nice, but are they... Is a stork a classification of bird? Like a crane... Like cranes and herons are storks? Or is like a stork in and of itself just a variation upon those? To have a nest in your backyard? Really? You have a stork nest in your backyard? Yo, that's kind of wild, actually. Anyway, here's your foot, Demetrius. Enjoy. Good to take a break from work every now and then. I guess that's kind of difficult when you live on a farm, though. Man just does not stop talking. You see their nests on top of telegraph poles a lot. They're very messy piles of sticks on top of a pole. On top of telegraph poles. I assume telephone poles would also work. Yo, your puppy has come to watch with you? That's so cute. I love that. When a mommy stork and a daddy stork love each other, stork magic happens. I like that. I would get that on a t-shirt. Stork magic happens. Can't remember which bird, but there's a bird that is known to attack the bald people. Maybe it's like magpies, because aren't magpies attracted to like shiny objects? So if there's a bald person there out in the sun, and there's like like their head is like glistening with the bright sunlight, maybe the magpies attack them. That's the only logic that my brain can make out of that. Magpies attack everyone during spring. I mean, I feel like people like wear shiny things often enough that magpies would just kind of attack everybody. Maybe seagulls. Yeah, seagulls also just like attack people on the regular. They're not afraid. I think it was questioned about whatever burden it was, and that wasn't the case. I will tell you, though, there's no bird that terrifies me more than a goose. Geese are absolutely, like super scary. If you get on the wrong side of a goose, I feel like... I don't know. I feel like the goose is... I feel like people are more afraid of geese than geese are ever afraid of people. Swans are worse than geese. Cassowary? Isn't a cassowary like... It looks like... Every time I've seen like a picture of a cassowary, I'm like, that's like a dinosaur. Which makes sense, because obviously birds are descended from dinosaurs, but like, the cassowary never fully descended. Cassowary is just like half dinosaur, half bird. Peacocks are worse. Peacocks seem kind of snobby. Geese just feel like absolute wild cards. Your aunt was terrorized by a goose in college? Terrorized how? Like the same goose? Or was it merely a one-time event? Or did this goose like stalk her? 'Cause that sounds... That only confirms my fear of geese, which is not really a fear. I need cactus fruit if it's not too inconvenient. Well, you know what? It is too inconvenient, Jody. Take the trip to the desert on your own. I repaired the bus so that everybody can use it, not just me. And go pick yourself up a cactus fruit, okay? Sandy's got plenty of them. Get some cactuses in chat. Cactus fruit moment. Being attacked by a goose once is enough. I feel like being attacked once is enough. Just period. Full stop. I mean, unless I guess, like... I don't know. Like, what... Would you classify, like, a mosquito bite as a mosquito attack? Like, if someone said I got attacked by that mosquito, dude... I would be much more concerned than if they just said, oh, that mosquito bit me. But it is, like... But, like, by definition, you could consider it an attack, right? Like, that mosquito landed on you and, like, stabbed you. That mosquito literally stabbed you with its face. Well, I guess not with its face, with its proboscis, as it were. We're befriending Demetrius here. We have to use the correct scientific nomenclature. You're giving that to me? This is amazing. I became a scientist because I want to contribute to the progression of our species. Of course, none of this would be possible without farmers such as yourself. Care to elaborate? Care to elaborate on just how important I am, sir? Please boost my ego more. I need it. This is weird for a second. Iota was just, like, standing at the window here. She was, like, slightly off, like, Can we line her up perfectly so it looks like she's, like, standing, like, looking in the window? She always, like, scoots off a little bit to the side of the window every time I try. Only female mosquitoes bite? What the heck do male mosquitoes do, then? They just, like, buzz around? Literally stole my blood. Slurped by a mosquito sounds worse, though. As long as you're not saying that you got penetrated by a mosquito, I think we're fine. This is a PG-13 stream. We don't use that kind of language around here. Except when I do, to make a point. They reproduce and then die, probably. I feel like that's the case for a lot of species. Because, I mean, ultimately, that's kind of like the point of life, is to reproduce and then die. I guess the dying part is kind of optional. Well, it's not optional, obviously, every living thing dies, but, like, you can do other things before you die. In fact, I would wager that it's probably in your best interest to do other things before you die, because that makes life more meaningful. But for mosquitoes, nah, that, like, they can just, like, die. That's fine. Some male insects just don't ever eat. Born, mate, and die. Dude, that sounds like the title to like the worst Hallmark movie of all time. Born, mate, die. It's a bug thing, really? I guess, yeah, like the more, not to say that bugs can't be complex too, but like the more complex the life form, the less that logic applies. I can't think of too many mammals that are in the same camp of like just, you know, they're just there to bear offspring and then pass away. Or an autobiography. The autobiography of Maxwell M. Mosquito. The point of life is to live. I can get behind that. What's our friendship looking like with Demetrius now, by the way? We are at slightly over 9 hearts with him. I think one more week of just Iridium Rabbit's Feet, because I don't feel like giving him anything else. We gave him a nice variety of gifts. Like, look at all these different gifts we've given him in the past. But I feel like we just do 2 more Iridium Rabbit's Feet, and we call it a goal. Ooh, thank you, Evelyn. I'll take that. No worries, Miss Palindrome. Enjoy your errands. Mosquito life must suck pretty hard. I need a rim shot sound effect for moments like that. I'll just use my mouth though. Ba-dum-tsh. The point of life is to play Stardew Valley. Am I right, gamers? I appreciate the hype there, Cobalt. Come on, gamers, don't leave me hanging. It's like that clip of Ninja at the, like, I don't even know what event he was at, but he's like doing the Fortnite dance in front of all those people, and he's like, I don't see enough movement, and literally everyone else is just staring at him, not dancing at all. I don't know where that clip's from, but it's an all-time classic. He's like flossing on a stage, like 2 stories above everybody else. And nobody is into it at all. It's a great time. That video is painful to watch. The secondhand embarrassment is real with that one for sure. Wonder if they get high when drinking your blood because of your ADHD medication? That is a good point. I wonder, like, how, like medication that's in your bloodstream would affect the mosquito. I don't know. I mean, their biology is so dramatically different to a human's that you have to imagine it would have some kind of, like, unforeseen effect. But plant fall seeds? I'm kind of overplanting fall seeds, honestly. I realized when I planted my last fall seed earlier this stream that I was just kind of doing it to do it. And now I'm like, to what end am I planting these fall seeds? I think I'm going to stop. Maybe I could plant something in that garden pot and then just leave it as a nice decoration. We'll plant 1 more fall seed for old time's sake, and whatever it happens to grow into, that's our new decoration there. Hello there, Ray. Alright, lock it in. Lock it in. Did we talk about food already? We did talk about food, actually. We talked about a lot already. We talked about food. We talked about where babies come from. We talked about Ninja. Those are about the 3 things that you have to talk about. I made it through my checklist today. And not even an hour into the stream. Crazy. Plant other seasonal seeds. That would involve having to go to the desert trader to trade for those seasonal seeds. Which I guess today is Saturday. I could do that. Maybe I will. I had a checklist. I never actually have a checklist for the stream, but that would be funny. It would honestly be kind of helpful as well. How many fall seeds do I have? I have 19 fall seeds remaining. I guess I can trade those for some, trade up to some like spring seeds. Am I happy with the answers though? One thing that's on my checklist, I've been meaning to talk about this one for a while. This is a story that happened to me at work some time ago. It was like, I think it was like probably, I want to say like 2, maybe 3 weeks ago at this point. But it was such a bizarre event that like I couldn't, it wasn't even really an event, but it was just bizarre. And I can't stop thinking about it. I was like, what was the point of this? So here's what happened, all right? I was working at the liquor store. I work at like a retail liquor store. And I was doing the closing shift. We close at like 10 p.m. Okay? There was a car that drove up in front of the store. This was a very quiet night. Like it was past Thanksgiving already. Like everyone had been winding down from the Thanksgiving long weekend. So we weren't expecting too much business. A car pulls up right in front of the store, normal. Lady gets out, normal. She walks over to a different store that is in like the same sort of parking lot, the same area, right? That's less normal, but still that happens from time to time. Even though there were free parking spots in front of the other store, sometimes people do park in front of like our store if they're gonna like go over to a different store and then come back and come shopping at our store. That happens from time to time. So I was like, okay, whatever. I barely even noticed it when it happened. So she shops at that store. She gets there, like I said, she got there about 8 o'clock at night. She comes back to her car about 5 minutes later, gets into her car, and sits there. And she sits there. And she just sits in the driver's seat. I don't even think the car was running. I think she was just sitting in this cold, empty car. And she did not drive away. She did not come into the store. And she remained there from 8 o'clock, slightly after 8 o'clock. Like, she was in her store for, like, so like 8:05 is when she got back. She was there until 9:30 at night, doing absolutely nothing as far as I could tell. Like, every time we looked out because I was working with a coworker, and every single time we looked out the window to, like, see if, like, she was still there, she would be looking back at us. She wasn't, like, on her phone doing something. She wasn't, like, reading a book, doing anything to, like, pass the time. Every time we looked out the window, she was looking back, like straight into our eyes. Like, she was, like, watching our goings-on in the store or something. And I was starting to get, like, freaked out, because I was like, you know, you never know, like, what's going on with people. Like, was she, like, trying to, like, stalk the store? Was she gonna, like, mug us when we, like, closed up and left or something? I was getting real freaked out, which is why I was very glad that she did end up leaving. She just, like, drove away at 9:30. Which was a relief, because, I mean, it was a relief at the time, but I don't know, maybe she was just, like, staking out the store. It was freaking me out, dude. She was planning a robbery. It's potentially, I have no idea. Like, that's the thing. That's the scary thing about it. I was like, am I about to be on the news for all the wrong reasons? It's called depression and not wanting to go home. I thought about that too. I thought about maybe she's just, like, getting away from home for a while. Like, I've been there where I want to be, like, away from people and life, and just, like, go off on my own to just, like, sit and think or whatever. But you have to admit, it's a weird place to do it. Like, just sitting in your car in front of an open liquor store. I feel like that's a strange place to do it. Dissociation. I guess you can't really always control when that happens, so that's a fair point. Also, I need to go let my Junimos harvest things, and I can while they harvest, I can actually go do all my Demetrius gift-giving shenanigans. Be free, my Junimo friends. You may harvest the poppies to your heart's content. Enjoy. Happens to the best of us. I mean, I hate this. This sounds terrible, and I don't mean it this way. But I hope that's all it was. I hope that she was having a rough. That's a terrible way to sound too. But like, cause like the alternative is worse in my mind, right? Cause like, what's the alternative if she wasn't like dissociating or doing something like that? Like she was just having a rough night. Then she was like staking out the store, and like trying and like planning a robbery or something, or. I don't know. I just can't think of any other interpretations of that scenario. Like, what answer would make me... would make sense beyond that? Struggling with an addiction and having an internal battle the whole time? That's possible. It was... I don't know, just the fact, like, the way she would look back... Like she would look back, like the fact that every single time, like that we looked out there, we weren't constantly looking out, like we had other things to do, we were working, obviously. But every single time we looked out the window, she just happened to be looking back at us. Maybe she wasn't looking at us, maybe she was just looking at the store in general, maybe it was, I don't know, it was, I was just trying to do my job, man. Almost definitely an internal struggle. I hope she's doing okay, if that was the case. I hope that she got some clarity of mind somewhere. Yeah, if she was struggling with demons and didn't buy anything, then that could mean she won her battle. That's very true. That's a good way of looking at things, if that is indeed the case, as to how that happened. Hello there, Lunar Shadow. You're studying mental health for a test tomorrow. The weather changing colder and the holidays increase risks of relapse and unaliving. That is just a sad but true fact. I don't want to talk about it too much, but I mean, I kind of opened Pandora's box on that one because just by talking about this story, I knew that was a way that things could go, so that makes sense. Hey, have a nice walk? You could say that, Robin. But yeah, the changing weather definitely can affect your mental state in all kinds of ways. No, it's okay, Priya. It's okay. It's just... it's fine. I'm okay with talking about this stuff, but I know not everyone is. So, and obviously we want this place to be like a cozy, happy place for people. So I probably shouldn't have brought up the story at all, but it was just such a bizarre event that stuck in my mind so long that I had to get it out there. Gonna enter sleepy lurker mode. I can respect that. Want some time alone to listen to a book? Do you think she was listening to Audible? Which, by the way, brings me to our sponsorship for today's stream. Not sponsored. Actually not sponsored, though. I promise. Could you imagine if that whole thing was a lead up into an ad read, though? That would be the worst thing of all time. That would be the worst way to do that. Oh my god, I can't even. Oh my god, I mean, there's been a lot of ad reads. Maybe that's not the worst one that you could possibly fathom, but it's got to be a bad one for sure. Sponsor someday. I'm not opposed to sponsorships. I understand that that's just kind of the way of the YouTube landscape. But I have yet to be offered a sponsorship. And I don't think you just can, like, reach out to places and be like, hey, sponsor me. Thumbs up. I'll give you a good deal. We'd be proud to be your first sponsor, but not a brand-friendly intro. Yo, have a good day at work there, Tickle Wizard. Take care. Alright, just deal with all of these. Looks like all the poppies did get successfully harvested and put away in the Junimo huts. You love to see it. There was enough room You are not the weakest link. Hello. I'm gonna take a quick hydration break, and then we will move on to Autumn here. And to a new goal, because once we give Demetrius his gift tomorrow, I think it's goal rolling time. Everyone should remember that it's okay to talk about and reach out for help if you need it. There's no shame in being human. Absolutely true. Very well put, Jedi Psych Tricks. And if you do feel the need for help, then there are definitely people you can reach out to, whether they're in your friends, your family, professionals. There's someone out there to reach out to if you need to talk with somebody. Next goal, catch a flounder. Please do not be a summer fish. That would be the most cruel fate we could possibly fathom right now. Let's not even put it out there in the universe. Go to sleep for the night? I think we're good. I don't know what we're going to plant tomorrow. We got to decide what we want to plant for fall. We did fairy roses and sunflowers last year. I can catch a flounder on Ginger Island, that's true, but there are certain, like, if it's catch, like, a Dorado. Well, I already got catch a Dorado, didn't I? Catch a rainbow trout? No, did that too. Maybe there aren't any summer fish that can't also be found on Ginger Island. That would be kind of hype if we already cleared out all the summer fish, but there's no shot, right? Alright, I'm going to take a chance. I think I can probably get Demetrius to, like, the rest of the way to 10 hearts here without using another Iridium Rabbit's Foot. I think I can just use a Gold Star Strawberry here. So I'm gonna vibe out with that. You still don't really believe that's something that happened IRL even after seeing the moose photo? The moose event? The moose sighting? You're telling me that me, a person who lives in Canada, you don't believe that I could see a moose in my own backyard? Isn't that the stereotype? Didn't I like it's admittedly it is the first time I've ever seen a moose in person, I'm pretty sure. Was during that stream. So you have the right to be skeptical for sure. Salmon would be pog because it's fall. True. Crop order and biome balance. What do we got? Ship amaranths. Have we shipped amaranth in the past? Not yet. No, it's not one of. It wasn't one of our purple goals. What's the plural of moose? Oh, that's easy. It's multiple moose. It's kind of a mouthful, I know, but it is nice and alliterative, so I can forgive it for that. Moose-eye. Many moose. More than one moose. Is it just me, or does more than one moose sound like the name for an underground Canadian indie rock band? More than one moose. It's definitely, I mean, it catches your ear, right? It does for me. No moose emoji. I think there might be a moose emoji on certain platforms, though. Alright, is this 10 hearts with Demetrius? Boom. I'm giving it to you. You are successfully befriended. I look forward to never talking to you again, sir. Thank you for your service. We have successfully befriended the father of one of our other friends. Is that the first, like, member of the same family we've ever befriended? Sam, Shane. Yeah, no, that's because they're, yeah. Heck yeah, dude. Spreading our love all over the place here. Get some homies in chat. Demetrius, you are an honorary homie now. Everyone in our current clique of friends can be categorized as an honorary homie. There's only ever one true homie. But Evelyn, you're a homie. Pam, you're a homie. Demetrius, Maru, all of them are homies. Homies in spirit. We just have to get them all homie helmets to commemorate it. Impressing our future wife's father. A little presumptuous there, Funny Fox. We have many an option for who we want to romance, but we are, I mean, we are on good terms with her dad, so, you know. Otto really wants to see this flounder. Are you hacking my randomizer? You're gonna stick a flounder right in there. Next goal, catch a flounder. Only one way to find out, I suppose. All right. Demetrius. All right, I still have my list here. I got my list of things I've written down. How many friends do we have now? Like 7? Is it 6 or 7? Somewhere in that ballpark. I wasn't actually counting. Either way. Let me quickly unpin this goal. Thank you for your service, Nightbot. And then... only one thing to do. Boom. 7 feels right. I'm with you, yeah. 7 sounds like the correct number. We got what? We got, we have our homie, we have Evelyn, we have Maru, Sam, and Shane, we have Pam, and we have Demetrius. Yeah. Yeah, that's 7, okay. I'm becoming popular? Not me, it's all Beatrix. Beatrix is doing the darn work. Including this work, Befriending Demetrius. Does that get us out of the 13%? Or is that 13.9? 14%, baby! 14% climbing ever onward. And what is our illustrious goal number 80 gonna be? 80! We're getting within, like, striking distance of 100 goals. And I don't know whether to be excited, scared, intimidated, or all three. I guess this next goal will determine how I feel, honestly. Ship a hot pepper. Hot pepper, check it and see. Wait, no. Hot pepper, ship it and see. I'm gonna do this for goal 80. All right. Hot pepper. Wrote it down. Lisa got the goal updated. Thank you again. You feel spicy. Get some hot pepper emojis in chat. All right. I shouldn't need to update the top left because we'll be able to do this like very quickly here. Let me just go ahead and I'm just gonna hide that for right now. I need some for recipes. Don't sell them all. Good looking out, Funny Fox. I am in the habit of only selling one at a time, unless I know for a fact that I have, like, a lot of something. Usually with the shipping goals, I just sell one, especially if it's a crop, because I know that I'm going to need more for other things in the future. I do think we have extra because we got some for befriending purposes, but I'll still only sell one because there's no reason to sell any more than that, really. All right, what am I planting today? What do I want to plant? Is there anything that's useful to plant? Yam seeds, cranberry seeds, bok choy seeds, corn seeds. We planted a lot of pumpkins previously. We could do another flower field. I kind of feel like an amaranth field could be kind of pretty. A field of fairy roses would be beautiful. We've done a lot of flowers. Do you think like an amaranth field would look kind of nice? Like a nice purple field of grass? Obviously, amaranth does not have that many uses, but I feel like it would just be kind of pretty. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna go full amaranth build here. If I go amaranth, complete the crop order quest. I don't think I can because I have to ship the amaranth, right? So unless we get ship amaranth as a goal, while that quest is still active, which is astronomically unlikely, then we're hooped on that one. But I will grow the amaranth, because, like, why not? You love any scythe crop? The scythe crops are quite nice. I'm with you. I'm gonna need to get my hoe, or I have my hoe, I guess. I'm not gonna really care about the watering can, so I think we're good to just go tend to our fields and get the job done. Before I forget about it, though, before I forget about the actual goal I'm supposed to be doing, because I get myself distracted with a side quest, let's go find a nice hot pepper here. We got 20 of them. And get it shipped. Accept the quest just in case. Well, I think... Yeah, the amaranth won't even be red. Well, I guess it will, because the crop order quest takes a little while. I'll go get the quest, I mean, just in case. I'll be really kicking myself if I do happen to ship amaranth in this period of time. That would be pretty hilarious, honestly. But hilarious can quickly turn tragic if I don't actually grab this quest. Speaking of hilarious turning tragic, anyone watch, what was it called? It's a new, it's the new hotness sweeping the internet, the animation, the Amazing Digital Circus. Anyone watch that? It's a new series that is being, a new animated series on YouTube. They just released a pilot episode earlier this week, and I saw people talking about it, and I went and watched it, and it's pretty good. Wouldn't recommend it for the faint of heart, but it's a good time. Or for those who are easily bothered by existential quandaries. You would like someone to explain it to you. It's consuming your Twitter. I got you. Idiotic mastermind, I got you. The premise, as far as I can tell, because I watched the pilot. The premise, as best I can tell, is that our protagonist, this girl going by the name of Pomni, put on a headset and became trapped in the Amazing Digital Circus, which is a digital world of nonsense and chaos with many colorful and fun characters who are not PG-13, even though the show itself is PG-13 because they censor all the swearing, but the subject matter is definitely not PG-13. Either way, I had a fun time watching it. Hijinks did in fact ensue. And the character designs are on point, so I can't even be... I'm not mad about that. The animation's very well done. And it's just an intriguing concept overall. It's kind of like Sword Art Online, but, a lot scarier. It's definitely got, horror undertones, so if you're not ready for, a kind of horrifying experience, then definitely do not seek it out. But if you're into that sort of thing, I feel like the way I'm describing it, if you're into this sort of thing, you'll know you're into this sort of thing, and I know that a lot of my audience is not into that sort of thing, which is fine. That's why we have Stardew to chillax to. Cool Stardew vibes to relax and chill to. You feel like you've heard of some drama surrounding its production. I don't know about anything like that. I just watched the show and thought it was pretty good. What's the show called? It's the Amazing Digital Circus, is I believe what the canonical name is. You were thinking of Sword Art Online, but you hate Sword Art Online? I remember liking the first season of Sword Art Online. Scratch that. I remember liking, the first couple episodes of Sword Art Online. I feel like the later half of, the first season, and then, I tried to watch, the second season, and it was very weird, and I couldn't get into it. But I remember, it was, an intriguing enough concept that I was, it had me going for a little while, but I just feel like the execution was not there. Yeah, I feel like the concept could be done so much better than what they did in Sword Art Online, for sure. Also, holy moly, this is a lot of mahogany trees. The mahogany spreadeth. I feel like I need to cull it a little bit. We don't want the trees spreading too far here. Is that a tree right there? That sure enough is. Sword art was great. Once that part ended, it was less great. I remember not particularly, even the first season, I will say, like, I got through the first season and I mostly enjoyed my time with it, but I remember, like, towards the end, I felt like it was going in some weird directions and weird places already. And I guess it was just a sign of things to come in the future seasons. Quickly eat a mushroom here. Top up. Yeah, the fairy part, that's like, where the heck did that even come from? Alright. Lock that in. I think we're good to go. I've planted my field of amaranth. I have tended to my fields of trees. And, ooh, I didn't look at my seasonal plants, though. We got a sunflower here. Not as vibrant and beautiful as the summer sunflower was. We got some purple thing here. I like purple. Purple things are kind of my thing. And we got mushrooms. Like, this looks like some sort of, like, the grass is hiding the bottom portion of whatever this is. It looks like a sweet pea that got hit by, like, radiation. Rip bear pot. The bear pot will be back in due time, though. Give it, like, a year. Don't die. Not planning on it anytime soon. Did the bear turn into a sunflower? The bear was the cocoon, and the sunflower is the beautiful butterfly. Alright, I think we're good to go here. I'll put away all these little resources. I will put away this mushroom. I don't know why I'm hoarding so many red mushrooms of all things. I guess I can ship them, right? They're part of my shipping collection that I've unlocked, so... But why would I ship the red mushrooms when I can ship ancient fruit jelly? It's so gooey. Alright. Crop order. I just wanted to stop that thing from buzzing in my pocket. We shipped our hot pepper. I think we're good to go here, aren't we? Beautiful. $40? I'll take it. Take that to the bank, cash it in. Part of me does want to eventually get a second gold clock in this challenge, and I feel like we probably will at some point. Like, the challenge is going to go long enough that I feel like we're going to have so much money we don't even know what to do with it. So I feel like a second gold clock would be fun just to, like, flex a little bit. But that's neither here nor there. That is $40 more towards our next gold clock, though, if we wanted to do that. Alright. Send you on over here for a brief moment. Return scepter. We have more than enough money for any money-related goals that might come our way, so those are not that scary right now. Return scepter would be actually one of the quicker goals we could get. The 1.6 update, though. In before Iridium clock drops in the 1.6 update. Movie theater, we got enough money for it all. I promise you that. We don't even have to worry about doing the missing bundle for the movie theater, which would be more fun, admittedly, but it's just not in the cards for poor Beatrix here. Finish her up. Hot pepper, successfully shipped. Craft Island Warp Totem. What a specific call-out, Blaine. One of these days, someone's gonna call the goal. I mean, I think it's already has happened. But one of these days, someone's gonna call the goal. I'm gonna call it out and be like, that's an oddly specific request. And then I'm gonna roll this goal, and it's gonna be like, cook Autumn's bounty. I'm just saying that because it's on my mind now after befriending Demetrius. Instead, we're gonna craft a wood sign though. I mean, that's probably the cheapest sign that we have access to right now. I mean, we do have access to stone signs as well, though. But wood sign is probably more aesthetically pleasing overall, I would say. Rough? That's rough, pal. Wait, what does Zuko say? That's rough, buddy? That's some rough wood right there. Wood sign. Hashtag wood sign. All right. Yeah, that's rough, buddy. I gotta rewatch Avatar sometime. I know I keep saying that, but eventually it'll come true. If I say it enough times, it'll stick in my brain, and then I actually will. Speaking of rewatch, I actually have to rewatch the first season of Squid Game, because apparently the second season of Squid Game is coming out in November, which is news to me. I wasn't keeping up with that, but that is cool. 10 out of 10 wood sign. Alright. This should be more than enough wood for a wood sign. Wait, no, I think it's 25 wood, isn't it? Well, we still have, like, a whole stack in here anyway, so that's... it works out okay, just fine. Boom. Job done. One of the fastest goals. I love the crafting goals that are that I have the things to craft them already. It's so nice. It's so fun. The only question now is, where do I put the second wood sign? The first wood sign, even. The second... Actually, technically the third sign. Didn't we have another sign before this? No, we only had stone, because it's only, like, the 3 signs that you can craft, right? So that wouldn't make sense. Either way. Zutara for life. That's basically what I'm saying, yeah. I'm gonna put a sign right here. Oh, that would be so good if I still had Ollie. Wait, if I still had Ollie, we could put something in here. We could put Ollie on the sign, like in memorandum. Not that he's like gone, but I mean, he's off on his own adventure. He's doing great work out there, I'm sure. What can I put on there that's commemorative of Ollie, though? Other than Ollie himself. In memorandum. That's not right. As I said it, I was like, that's not right. Fried calamari? Number 1, that's made of squid. Number 2, how dare you? I will put a lone piece of seaweed on this sign. Because Ollie always loved the seaweed. Look, there's seaweed in there still. I'm not going to touch his seaweed, but there you go. Without context, this looks very strange. It's like I've got an aquarium just for seaweed, and I put a sign next to it being like, that's seaweed. His roe is in the chest. I don't think that's Ollie's roe. I think this is stingray roe. This is just random stingray roe we got the other day. Funny first, accuracy later. True. I can respect it. Alright. Well, I crafted a wood sign. Let's go get a new goal. Lock it in. We're flying through the goals already so far. I mean, it's only been a couple of goals. We've literally gotten 2 goals since befriending Demetrius, but that's how they all start. That's how all these goal marathons start. Finish this one up. Get me to 14.4%. 14.4? Is that 0.12 squared? It's definitely not, but it's like 12 squared if you remove the decimal point, so... Is it like 1.2 squared? Still no, I think. Either way, I digress, as I want to do. You're a firm island obelisk believer. Backpack upgrade, cook sashimi. Calamari is ew. I'm a fan of calamari. Can we get some fried calamari to cook today? I actually don't know. I don't know if we have the recipe unlocked. 38% squared. What's going to get us to 14.5% here? Let's see. Ship a radish. The shipping goals start coming and they don't stop coming. One day we will get a star drop goal. It's going to be a beautiful day when we do. But as it would seem, goal 82 is not that goal. Can we with a radish? Can we get some radish emojis in chat? Radish emojis only, please. Why do villagers give you the recipes for dishes they don't even like? Because if they liked them, they would keep the recipes for themselves so they could make them. But because they don't like them, they're like, I gotta pawn this off on somebody. Makes a weird amount of sense when you think of it that way, doesn't it? Alright. Surely, yeah, I got 3 radishes here, 3 radish eye. A crisp and refreshing root vegetable with hints of pepper when eaten raw. Hints of pepper. This is a radish. I thought radishes were, like, really bland. Am I wrong on that? Am I thinking of a different root vegetable? I thought radishes were kind of like one of those things that take on the qualities of the things that they're cooked with, and you use them more for the texture of the radish than you do for the, like, flavor of the radish. I'm certainly open to being proven wrong on that one. Who eats a radish cooked? I guess you put, yeah, like radish in radish salad. I guess it would be like a raw radish, but even then, it's not for like the flavor of the radish, is it? Isn't the radish like you get like a crunch out of it, and that's why you want it in the salad? Radishes are spicy. I mean, it did say that they have a hint of pepper to them. Radishes are so strongly flavored. I must be thinking of something else then. Maybe I'm thinking of like a rutabaga. What on earth is a rutabaga? And why do I hate the name so much? Like, I don't know if I dislike any fruit / vegetable more on its name alone than I do rutabaga. I just don't like how it sounds. Turnip? Rutabaga is sweet. I thought a turnip was like sour, like an onion. Root vegetables in general are pretty cool. They are, honestly. Would you wear a t-shirt that says I heart root vegetables? I think I probably would. I don't know if it would be my favorite shirt to wear, but I would wear it every now and again for sure. On like laundry day, you know? You got rutabaga confused with rhubarb. Very, very different things as far as I understand it. Alright. Lock it in. Radish shipped. $90 for a radish? Wait, why does that seem high? No one ever talks about radishes in this game. I mean, obviously they're not the most profitable crop, otherwise people would talk about them more. Also, I guess I don't know how much a radish seed costs off the top of my head. But $90 for one base quality radish feels like a lot. Am I wrong on that? Rutabagas are Swedes. They're known as Swedes elsewhere. Are they sweet? Is that why they're called Swedes, or are they called Swedes because Sweden? And there's a relationship there somehow. I have no earthly idea. Get it? Earthly? Root vegetable? I'm so funny! Anyway, that's enough of piping myself up in an aggressive tone. I'm gonna go ahead and randomize a new goal now, shall I? Because in Sweden, they were grown and eaten a lot. By the same toke, are potatoes called, like, Irish? Didn't they grow, like, a ton of potatoes in Ireland? Me saying that made you laugh harder than the actual joke. Joke's on you. That was the actual joke. But, ship Amaranth. That would actually be hilarious. I guess we do have a decent amount of time, presuming we don't... Ooh! Presuming we don't skip out on b_boss.ogg. We have lots of time to get ourselves a ship Amaranth goal. Are the bees on our side? Are they gonna get a whole thing of Amaranth? Carry it on their back all the way to me? I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm trying to relate bees to Amaranth somehow and didn't want to go the obvious route of the bees pollinating the Amaranth. But get your bee emojis in chat while you can. I don't know if we've ever had b_boss playing during a goal roll. During a goal generation. But it has to be a blessed moment, right? This is such a short song. We got to get it in. I gotta wait for the right moment. I gotta wait for my favorite part of the song. That way the bees will be feeling just right, and they'll bring me the most beautiful goal of all time. What do these bees have on their brains? On their little bee brains? Please generate a goal that is good for me to do. Not something boring like shipping or making a stew. But I will, I guess, go catch the crimson fish now. Except it's fall, dude, what? It's fall. Oh. I was just talking earlier. I was like, are there any fish that are exclusive to summer anymore? We might have caught them all. Crimson fish, : allow me to introduce myself. Bruh. Alright, well, it was bound to happen eventually that we get screwed over like this somehow, where we, like, get out of one season only to have something that specifically can only be done in that season. Crimson fish. Also, it's the crimson fish, which is, like, no slouch as far as fish go. Yeah, no magic bait either. No access to the walnut room, no magic bait. There's no secret shortcuts we can do to this one. We just have to sleep until next summer. What level are we at? We are fishing level 2, I think, right? Go ahead and pop on over here. Getting the walnut room for magic bait was a game changer for your well-being. I could imagine that, Tess, yeah. Because you don't even have to, like, get the craft magic bait goal to get magic bait. You can just, like, trade for it at the walnut room itself. Yeah, level 2 plus the seafoam pudding will get us enough levels to catch the crimson fish. It won't be fun or easy. Well, it might be fun. I do like fishing, so. All right. Let me set things up the way I likes it. We're going to be on this one for a hot minute here for sure, so I will do the full rigmarole. Where's my crimson fish? Where's my crimson fish at? There you are. All right, perfect. Ba-bam, top left. And I'll even do a little pinning. We do a little pinning around here. What level? The crimson fish is level 5, right? You need to be level 5 fishing to catch the crimson fish. I think level 5 is crimson fish and level 6 is glacier fish. We're going fishing. Be back soon. It's never been more fitting than now, I suppose. I have fixed the bridge to the tide pool, yeah. We did that. I don't remember why we did that specifically, but we did do that in the past. Yeah, glacier fish is definitely 6. I know that one. That one's locked in my brain, and I'm pretty sure crimson fish is 5. Which either way, that even if the crimson fish is 6, ooh, look at her walking. She do be walking though. Either way, seafoam pudding is gonna get us there just fine. Foraging for coral, maybe. That was definitely a side benefit, but I don't know if that was the main reason to go there. I'm trying to think now. It might have been foraging. Oh, it was foraging. Yeah, Alexion, you're right. It was foraging for a sea urchin. That's why we repaired it originally. All right, well, I guess I gotta psych myself up here and basically just sleep for 3 seasons. There's really nothing more to it than that, is there? Sleep for 3 seasons, fill up the silo, and keep the spirit alive. Let's go. Do you think we'll be able to get the Crimson Fish in today's stream? If I don't dilly-dally too much, I should be able to pretty easily just sleep all the way till next summer. It does kind of suck that we're like just sleeping away basically half of the year here, especially when it's year 18, which was supposed to be a lucky year. But I can't be mad. It was decreed by the bees. B_boss.ogg has never steered us wrong in the past. So I just have to believe that they know something that we don't. That there is a good reason for them to want us to catch the Crimson Fish right now. So shall it be written, so shall it be done. It has now. No, I have faith in B_boss.ogg. I feel like there's wisdom baked into that song that I cannot claim to possibly understand myself. What about the amaranth? Will the Junimos harvest it? Did I turn off harvesting for the amaranth? Because I would like to frolic in the fields of amaranth at least once. I need to turn this off, yeah. I gotta turn these off so that the Junimos don't harvest them immediately. And then we'll let them harvest it at the end of the season. To what end, I don't know, but I'd rather have 138 amaranth than not have 138 amaranth, I suppose. I'm just a cool amaranth loving dude. Or the bee trail. The bees would never betray us. This was just, you know, just a mere bump in the road. It's used in salmon dinner. I believe you're right. I think it's used in salmon dinner. Marnie needs one for a quest. What else do you use amaranth for? I guess you can use it as, like, purple dye. If you really wanted to. If we would be able to cook it. We will get to cook it one day. One day we're going to get to cook everything. How do you think Beatrix is going to feel when she reaches the end of this challenge? She'll have spent her whole life, however many years that will have been, in Stardew Valley, like, tunnel visioning, primarily focusing on one singular aspect of her life at a time, for decades, if not centuries. And then when the challenge is all over, like, what's she gonna do? She'll be free. She'll be free to do whatever she wants. She'll have unlocked all the potential. She won't have to worry about, like, accidentally gaining too much experience and screwing herself over. She'll be able to catch any fish, cook any meal, craft anything. She's gonna be free. Is that what we're working towards all this time? Is this the story of a poor woman who has trapped herself in a prison of her own making? And is slowly but surely learning that it's okay to do the things you love? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too deeply about it. Maybe I should just fill up my silos and sleep. Can't wait to see level 10 of a skill. Me neither. I'm glad it's only like 4 months until that happens, at the earliest. Maybe by the time you're back, we'll have a new goal. Depends how long you're going to be gone, Alyssa. Because, I mean, phase 1 of this goal is sleep until summer. But once we sleep until summer, it's not a foregone conclusion that we're just going to catch the Crimson Fish. The only nice thing about it is that the Crimson Fish does... the Crimson Fish is available, like, all day, so we don't have to, like, reset and then wait, which is very nice. But, ooh, I want to go see my amaranth. I think it's done by now. But it's still gonna take some doing. Look at this, dude. I love how amaranth looks. Oh, the iridium sprinklers and everything, they just blend right in. You can see the Junimos. I love that you can only, like, kind of see the Junimos sometimes because they're, like, shaking the amaranth all about. This is super cute. I really like this. It fits the fall vibe so nicely, too. I'm more than content to just leave that. And the best part about it, I can't even accidentally harvest it, because I need to pull out my scythe to do that. I don't have to have any anxiety about accidentally right-clicking and retrieving amaranth. Have a good one there, Alyssa. See you later. Can we catch the crimson fish with the training rod? I'm pretty sure you can, yeah. I think the training rod... check? Or I think the legendary fish does not check whether you're using the training rod or not. I think they use like a specific unique code in and of themselves that doesn't worry about the training rod. So I'm pretty sure we can use the training rod and avoid hooking anything that would otherwise get in our way of catching the crimson fish. I don't know if it actually increases our odds of finding the crimson fish. In my brain it does, because there are less fish that could potentially bite, but I think the actual, like, that's not really how fishing works, though, right? Is that the, like, a smaller pool of fish does not necessarily mean that you're more likely to find that fish. Case in point, lava eel. Lava eel is the only fish in its location, but, like, how often do you actually hook one? Even with the best possible odds. But in principle, I like the idea of catching with a training rod anyway. Because, like, why not, right? Just increased seaweed chance. We're just swapping out a hard fish for... Actually, I guess that maybe that... Because if it is, like, just, like, higher seaweed chance as opposed to higher crimson fish chance... then maybe we don't want to do that, because seaweed, if we catch seaweed, we automatically have to reset, whereas if we hook, like, a hard fish, we'll know it's not the crimson fish, because it won't have the little ooh-woo crown, and we'll just be able to send it back, right? So maybe we don't do training rod? Suppose there are multiple different ways you could approach that. Like 69 pieces of hay right there. You love to see it. Ooh woo mentioned we won. I am no stranger to saying ooh woo. But anytime I say it in earnest, when I'm like ooh woo, people in chat tell me to stop, and then I stop. So, I mean, blame your fellow chatters. But if you just want me to go ooh woo all stream, then I will acquiesce for sure. Ooh woo isn't bad. I love ooh woo. Oh whoa is worse. Oh whoa. What about ayaya? It's only said ironically by your kids there at home. I don't know. I don't think I know anybody who says ooh woo like unironically. I know people do, but I don't know any of them. You love QWQ? I don't even know how to pronounce that. QQ? Chat, there's a voice of a cartoon character in the back of my brain that keeps coming to mind, but I don't know who it belongs to. So I'm gonna try to do an impersonation of them. And you can't make fun of me, okay? Because it's not going to be a good impersonation. But I need you to tell me. Maybe it'll be just good enough that... Because I feel like it's a voice that I should know. That it's like a popular voice of a character. But I can't pinpoint who it belongs to. And now I'm getting nervous, though. Wait, now I'm getting stage fright? No, it's not. It's a me, Mario. It sounds a little something like this. This is what it sounds like to me. This is the voice that's been haunting my memory for the past however long. It's like got this airy quality and a kind of a lift to it. I don't know who it belongs to, though. King Candy? Is it King Candy? It's not Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny's like, what's up, Doc? Donald Duck? No, that's... Sounds like... It might be King Candy. You might be absolutely correct. King Candy from the critically acclaimed movie Wreck-It Ralph. That's definitely King Candy. See, that was one of the options that came to my brain. I didn't actually look up what he sounds like, so it could be absolutely the correct option. But I also think there might be another character that sounds like that. That sounds like King Candy. I mean, so many people are saying King Candy. It can't be anybody other than King Candy, I suppose. Original Mad Hatter. Sounds like the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland. I've never seen the Alice in Wonderland, I don't think. How was the sequel to Wreck-It Ralph? What is it? Ralph Breaks the Internet? I heard it was not good, but I have not seen it myself. I hear it does not live up to the original, though. You don't remember King Candy? You love that movie? You saw it in theaters, it was amazing. Super good. I mean, maybe I'll give it a chance at some point. I disagree. Benny, are you disagreeing with yourself? Or are you disagreeing with what I said earlier about how people said it's bad? Because, like, it looked for a moment like you were just having a conversation with yourself. It's amazing, super good, I disagree. That's very funny taken out of context. I kind of love that. You don't remember the original? I barely remember the original. Do you think it's true that, because there's that one scene in Wreck-It Ralph with like all the villains and stuff, like the villain like therapy group, and Bowser's there and he's holding the little teacup and he's like drinking tea or some kind of beverage that way. And I heard that Nintendo is like, no, you gotta animate it like this. Bowser would never hold his teacup like that. You gotta animate, like, they told them exactly how they wanted Bowser to drink the tea. Do you think that's actually true? Or do you think that's made up? Because that's very funny if that's true. I love to think that there is a, like, higher up Nintendo executive that saw, like, the prototype version of Wreck-It Ralph. He saw that scene with Bowser in it. And he was like, that's not my Bowser. Bowser would never hold his teacup like that. Are you crazy? The king of the Koopas holding his teacup like that? Spits on the ground. I'll show these animators how it's done. Hashtag not my Bowser. Protective of their IP. I mean, there's protective of your IP, and then there's, like, ludicrous levels of detail. Like, I don't think if Bowser had been holding that teacup any other way, unless he was, like, balancing it on the tip of his nose and doing a funny little dance or something. But, like, if he's just, like, holding it a slightly different way in that scene, I don't feel like Nintendo fans would watch it and be like, dude, that's not how Bowser holds his teacup. Writing angry letters to Nintendo. How dare you let them use the likeness of Bowser in this movie and not have him hold the tea correctly? We all know from issue 79 of Nintendo Power that anytime Bowser has tea, he holds it with his pinky and his ring finger out, not just his pinky out. Because his fingers are so big that they get in the way of each other, so instead of just holding the one finger out, he has to hold out two. I can't believe you would forget this important detail. It shaped my childhood. Nintendo, please redact the movie and fix it. Thank you. Actually, maybe I could see that happening because I just concocted it in my brain, and you know what? I can picture that child. That child is me. Maybe I'm just acting on repressed frustration. What did I come back to? Just randomizer things, you know. We're sleeping for basically a whole year. You gotta fill the time somehow. While we're talking about Bowser, am I playing the Mario game on Friday blind? I am, yeah. The only thing I've seen about Super Mario Wonder are the... I mean, I guess blind. I've seen the trailers. I've seen the trailers and the one Nintendo Direct where they went over some stuff, so I know, like, a decent amount about, like, the mechanics and stuff that are in the game. But I haven't seen any, like... Because I've seen people... Some, like, Mario content creators have uploaded some early gameplay footage of them playing through Mario Wonder. I haven't watched any of that. So I don't know the actual, like, progression of the game yet, I suppose. Ralph Breaks the Internet was decent, but not Oscar-worthy. I wouldn't imagine it would be Oscar-worthy. I feel like an animated movie has to be, like, a genre-defining classic to be a... to be Oscar-worthy. Who is Bowser? Hey, Siri. Who is Bowser?
Bowser, also known as King Koopa, is a fictional character and the primary antagonist in Nintendo's Mario franchise. Would you like to hear more?
Yes.
In Japan, the character bears the title of Daimyo. Depicted as the arch-nemesis of the plumber Mario, Bowser is the leader of the turtle-like Koopa race. His ultimate goals are to kidnap Princess Peach and conquer the Mushroom Kingdom.
Well, there you go. Everything you never knew about Bowser but were afraid to ask. That's Bowser for you. That's Bowser in a nutshell. My favorite. What's his name in Japan? Daimyo? Is that what she said? You've never played a Mario game? That's totally fair. He's a big turtle that Mario fights, basically. Welcome on in, Jessica. It has been a fun stream so far. We are on a bit of a slump right now. The randomizer sophomore slump, because we have to sleep all the way until next summer to catch the Crimson Fish, but we're vibing. We're vibing and enjoying our time together. Who's the gorilla? That's Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong of the acclaimed arcade classic Donkey Kong. Although, to be fair, in Donkey Kong, it wasn't Mario going up against Donkey Kong, it was Jumpman going up against Donkey Kong. And I'm still kind of unclear as to whether Jumpman is Mario, but just, like, he rebranded, or if Jumpman and Mario are two distinct characters. If so, I feel like Mario definitely stole Jumpman's thunder. Like, Mario's whole thing is that he, like, jumps high and goes, wahoo! And to be fair, Jumpman never went wahoo, as far as I remember. But he is right in his name. He is the Jumpman. Could go either way, honestly. Mario just changed his identity. Mario Wonder is the first game that won't be voiced by Charles Martinet, right? Charles Martinet retired as the canonical voice actor for Mario, which, like, mad respect to him. He did it for a very long time. But honestly, like, what I've heard of Mario from like the Mario Wonder trailers and stuff, I never would have guessed that it was anybody else. Like, whoever they got doing the voice acting now, they got it on point. I'm not even mad. Your brother had a Mario game for his first Game Boy? little Super Mario Land, perhaps? Super Mario Land 2, Legend of the Six Golden Coins. I have played neither of those games. The Mario handhelds are definitely my weak spot when it comes to Mario lore. You'll miss him. No begrudging him for it at all, but that's the Mario you grew up with, so it's a bit sad. I mean, the nice thing is that, obviously, you can still go back and play all those games that he did voice act Mario for. So it's, So there's always that you can go back to. That's never going to change. It's not like they're going to retroactively go back and, like, delist all those games and remake them with the new voice actor. What if the new voice actor had been... What if they loved Chris Pratt as Mario so much in the movie that they asked him to do it for the games for going forward, too? And every time that Mario spoke, it started with, "Hey guys, it's me, Chris Pratt, doing the voice of Mario in Super Mario Bros. Wonder." You kind of thought Charles Martinet would be Bowser in the movie? Or in the game? Charles Martinet, he did have a role in the movie. I think he was like a cameo role towards the beginning of the movie, if I remember right. But he wasn't the main voice behind Mario, obviously. He did Waluigi. And Charles Martinet, he's been the voice actor for Mario, obviously, for a very long time. Did he also do Luigi? Or was Luigi somebody else? Because I think he's done, like, quite a few different characters from the Mario franchise. He did all four bros. Mario, Luigi, Wario, Waluigi. At that point, they should just get him to do all of them. Like, throw a little Yoshi in there, maybe a little Toad, Princess Peach, Daisy, why not? Yo, imagine a world where Princess Rosalina was voice acted by Charles Martinet. I would pay twice as much money for a game where Charles Martinet did the voice acting for all of the characters, as opposed to just Mario and his bros. Especially if that game was Super Mario Sunshine, where they actually have, like, voice lines and stuff. That'd be kind of hype. Alright. Junimos, I hope you've enjoyed frolicking about in the Amaranth. I know it's not quite the same as flowers, but I thought you might have been getting a little tired of flowers, so I felt like mixing it up a little bit for you, but that said, it is time to harvest all this Amaranth. Please do the honors. There they go. It always takes them a second. Even after I turn the harvesting back on, it takes the Junimos a second to be like, it's like they're saying goodbye to the Amaranth real quick. Like, thank you, Amaranth. See you later. The little scythe. Wait, do they have little scythes? They do not have little scythes. That would be very sweet, though. I like to imagine they have little scythes. Has Waluigi ever been in a mainline game? No. But I also think Wario has not been in too many mainline games. He was in Mario Land 2. But isn't that, like, kind of it? And I guess, like, Super Mario 64 DS, if you want to count that one. Amaranth is pink. I would classify Amaranth as purple myself. Maybe even... Like, what shade of purple is that? I would classify Amaranth as plum. I think it is plum-colored. I mean, there are multiple colors going on in the Amaranth here, so... diluting it all down to one color is not fair, but if I had to, I would probably say plum. This is purple. I feel it's decidedly more purple than pink in my brain, that's for sure. Also, hello, Child J. Don't mind me, just chopping some trees that need not be here. You know, it's pretty pink. I'd say the Junimos are pink. Well, some of the Junimos are pink. A little bit of tree chopping ASMR here. Don't mind it. As much as in principle, I don't enjoy having to sleep like for 3 whole seasons and miss out on all this stuff. It is kind of nice, honestly. It's like the actual process of doing it is more therapeutic than I thought it would be. These past few streams, it's been kind of like a rat race of just, you know, goal after goal after goal, which, don't get me wrong, it has its own merits. I like the dopamine rush of just rolling more and more and more goals. And then when we stopped to, like, befriend Demetrius, we had to, like, worry about, like, going out every like, twice a week and all that stuff, and so the befriending was not that much downtime. Now that we have actual proper downtime as we sleep towards our next goal, I didn't realize how much I missed it, honestly. I'm just out here, I'm just doing my chores, my daily chore, just doing all my dailies, you know? It's like I'm playing an idle game or something like that. Collect all my daily aquamarines, put them away in my chest, watch the numbers grow bigger. Slowly lose all the hay I built up over all this time. Feels magical, honestly. Kind of falling asleep during the stream. Wasn't it like 3 a.m. when the stream started for you, Funny Fox? I think that is totally understandable if you're falling asleep. Also, I think, like, I would hazard a guess that 30% of the people who are currently watching the stream have at some point fallen asleep to the stream. Raise your hand if you've ever fallen asleep to one of the streams before. I'm not going to be mad. In fact, I'll be flattered because I do that all the time. If I can't fall asleep to a streamer, it's not a streamer I want to watch. Look at all the hands. Look at all those hands. Any new shirts recently? We haven't gotten the chance to go to Sandy's just because we've been sleeping through so many days. But we can maybe make a detour to get a shirt at some point here. I've never seen so many hands all in one place. Look at all these hands that are way too big to fit inside a Pringles can. Probably every second or third stream, honestly. And look at all these hand emojis. That's not even counting all the people who are asleep watching the stream, watching quote unquote right now. Unless, wait, raise your hand if you're asleep right now. Any sleep chatters in chat? You're thinking of doing it right now? This would be a good time to sleep during the stream, honestly, because there's not a whole lot going on. We're just kind of vibing out. Eddie G doing a little sleep chatting. Rye Roller doing a little sleep chatting. What are the hands for? If you've ever, well, right now they're for if you're currently asleep, which is more people than I thought, honestly. But yeah, sleep well. If you sleep after stream, If you sleep after stream, I don't know if that counts. If you sleep during stream, it definitely counts. I guess if you, like, go to bed, like, immediately after the stream, I understand that. How long am I planning on streaming for? I'm not sure. I don't have to, like, work or anything later today, so I'm free to stream basically as long as I want to here. So I don't know how long I'm gonna go. I am actually itching to get back to more editing, though. Crazy as that might sound. I'm getting so near the end of the Master Angler project that, like, every moment that I get to take to edit it is just a joy. Because while I do love editing, and I really truly do mean that from the bottom of my heart, I thoroughly enjoy the process of editing. No matter what, if you enjoy something, there are going to be parts of it that you do not enjoy, or times where you don't feel like doing it, and you still got to power through it, especially if it's your job. So these times when I actually, like, look forward to getting back in the editing bay and working on it for hours at a time, I gotta relish those, because that's not necessarily the norm all the time, you know? Yo, thank you, Lisa. It has been a very long time coming. I'm just super happy because, like, there was a time, like early on in the year, where I was, like, resigned to the fact that, like, I had, like, deleted basically all my progress on it, and I was like, you know what, I'll just show off what I have right now and then call it quits on this project. And I was fully ready to accept that the Master Angler video would never see the light of day beyond that little bit that I showed on stream way back when. So the fact that it's risen like a phoenix from the ashes, and I've been able to actually see the project through bigger and better than I could have possibly even imagined it in my head. Like, that's the cool thing about this to me, about editing in general, but also about the Master Angler project specifically, is that it's come together way better than I ever thought it could have. Because, you know, like, you know how it is. If you're a creative person and you've ever, like, created anything, like a piece of art or a story, a video, whatever it might be, you have an idea when you're starting out a project of what you want the project to look like or end up being like. And most of the time, you create the project and you look back at it, and you might be proud of it. In fact, I think you should be proud of it, especially if you get to the end of a creative project. You should always be proud, regardless of how it turns out, because it takes a lot of determination to get that far in the first place and finish something. But most of the time, it's not going to look like how it turned out in your head. And that's also true for the Master Angler video that I'm working on, and any, like, editing project that I'm working on. But, ooh, Nautilus shell is actually quite nice. But the fact is, it's closer to what actually, like, what is in my head than I ever thought I could have gotten. Like, I've gotten good enough at editing and knowing the tricks and the ins and outs of the programs that I'm working with, that I can actually make something. Like, if I can picture it in my head, I can make a pretty close approximation of what it's actually like in my brain, which is a very cool feeling. To be able to actually put something on the screen and be like, yes, that's exactly what I wanted it to look like. And I think that's where my love and passion for editing comes from, just from its, like, very root, is being able to show people something on screen that was previously only existed in my brain and only I could enjoy it. And now it's, like, on a screen for other people to look at and hopefully also enjoy. I mean, I'm not gonna say that you're gonna love the Master Angler video when it comes out. I want you to evaluate it on its own terms. Maybe you'll love it, maybe you'll hate it, maybe you'll watch it once, be like, that was cool, and then forget it ever existed. Maybe you'll watch it religiously, maybe, and, like, watch it, like, 10 times in a row. Watch it every night when you fall asleep. Whatever area on the spectrum that you fall on, I'm just happy you're interacting with it in any capacity at all. So, thank you for watching the video that hasn't come out yet. Wait, what am I thanking you for? Thanks for, like, being here, I guess. And being so patient and stuff. Anyway, that's my little soapbox spiel. Wait, I didn't want to harvest that hazelnut. That's okay. I guess I do have some spring seeds that I got earlier that I wanted to plant anyway, so that's fine. Come back, kid. That's me. That's right. That's a cartoon character, I know. That's Kim Possible. Have a good one there, Benny. Thanks for hanging out. Now I'm just vibing. Now I'm just vibing. What I should do is I planted all my grass starters last winter, didn't I? I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably should have actually saved some for this winter. That was a little foolhardy of me. But that does give me a good opportunity to stay up a little bit here, instead of going to bed like between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m., as I have been for the past however long. We can pop out, get ourselves a shirt to the beautiful tunes of Kazoom, and then I'll go buy some grass starters as well. I was just thinking that the energy was starting to dip, and Kazoom brings me right back in. Bam. Get your kazoos out, chat. Get your kazoos out! Because you only get to Kazoom once in a lifetime. Well, not true at all. You can Kazoom as often as you want to be honest. Wait, there's like a part of Kazoom that I've never heard in there before. I just heard there's like something in the background. Hold on, I gotta listen to see if I can hear that again. Hold on, I'm listening. I'm listening. There's clapping. I know there's clapping, but there was something more subtle in the background for a brief moment. Wait. I gotta re-listen to that part at some point. There was a part early on in there where I swear I heard like a higher pitched kazoo than normal. We can always skip back to the start. That's true, I suppose, but I would not dare interrupt Kazoom mid-kazoo. Alright, I'm gonna buy some grass starters, then we'll go get ourselves a new shirt from Sandy, and then we'll go back to sleep, I suppose. I'm going Kazoom crazy. Kazoom Crazy is the name of my autobiography. Wait for it, wait. Bam, bam. Maybe it was a sound effect I heard in the game or something that just happened to coincide with Kazoom, I don't know. But I definitely heard something that I swear I'd never heard in Kazoom before. Kazoom 2 times in a stream. Do you think people could handle that much Kazoom? I don't know if I personally could. Double Kazoom, especially if it was like back to back in the same stream. Kazoom 2, the Kazoomening. Falsetto Kazoom. I feel like the funniest thing in the world to me, if it hit me at the perfect moment and I wasn't expecting it, I feel like it would be really funny to hear a cover of Kazoom, but the person who plays kazoo is really bad at playing the kazoo. Like, you can tell they're trying really hard, but like they're just like either tone deaf or they're just not very good. I feel like it would be like it would have a similar vibe to that. Oh hey, where's Waldo? It would have a similar vibe to that My Heart Will Go On slide whistle solo. You know the one I'm talking about, the one that gets memed to death. I feel like that would be really funny. Isn't that how Kazoom sounds? Pada, you can't say that. This is the best kazoo I've ever heard. Recorder? Oh, it is recorder. It's not slide whistle. That wouldn't make much sense, honestly, if it was a slide whistle. Them's fighting words. Them's fighting kazoos. Alright, I'm gonna go plant these grass starters. I won't entirely coat the ground in grass starters like I did last time. Also, I love this. Seasonal plant. I love a dead tree for my seasonal plant. I mean, what do I expect in winter, I suppose? What else are they gonna do for a seasonal plant in winter? But just a big old dead bush in a dead bush in a pot. Love to see it. Poinsettia. That would be good. Or snowman, I guess. This is a seasonal plant, right? This is the snow. This is... Why is... Oh, there's a little evergreen, too. You know what? I can get behind that. They should have done a poinsettia instead of a dead bush. I feel like that's a much better idea. The snowman and the evergreen, though, top tier choices. I don't think I'd personally consider a snowman a plant. But to each their own. Can we get some snowman emojis in chat? Snowman emojis for if your favorite plant is a snowman. So glad you can watch in 2x speed to catch up while your connection falters. The 2x speed trick strikes again. It's a classic. Tale as old as time. Tale as old as 2x time. I don't know how many grass starters is enough grass starters for me to say that's enough grass starters. Know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna keep going until it feels right. I feel like I'm actually gonna like pack them up kind of densely up here, just to prevent the tree seeds from spawning too much in this little area. That way I don't have to worry about coming down and tending to those all that much. Maybe I could do that around the mahogany trees as well. Get rid of these seeds, and then I can just plant a bunch of grass over here to prevent the spread any further than it already has. What is that? Oh, that's a mushroom tree. More plant. I love how you're saying it as if there wasn't one person that made this game. It's just force of habit. Normally when you talk about a game, you're like, what were they thinking when they put this in? You are actually talking about multiple people, but this is one of those rare cases where it is literally just one dude's decision. Concerned Ape has the final say in all things Stardew. Although I'm pretty sure he takes like community opinion into account these days. Case in point, Iridium Scythe. More plant for your plant. Heard you like plants, so I put more plants with your other plants. Now I've got plants. I've got plants in my pants. Sounds like a Dr. Seuss story. Finally relaxing and not multitask. Congrats, Ivy. I'm glad you're able to take some time to relax now. I'm bad about that. Like, I don't think I can remember the last time I relaxed. No, that's not... I'm not gonna phrase it that way. What I mean to say is, I don't remember the last time I wasn't... Other than my family vacation that I took towards the start of September, before and after, and since then, I don't remember the last time I had a day where I wasn't A, streaming, B, at work, or C, editing, or D, all three or 2 out of 3 of those things. I don't think I've had a single day where I wasn't doing at least one of them for probably like a year or more, other than that one like family vacation. Which is probably not good, but I also like enjoy streaming and editing so much that it barely feels like work. But I do have to acknowledge that it is work. Like it does take energy and mental capacity to do those things. So I have to, you know, give myself some leniency there. Squirrels in my pants. SIMP, squirrels in my pants. After the fish video, take a break for your mental health. I'll probably take a little editing break after the Master Angler video comes out. I'll probably like stop editing for at least a week. And then we'll get back into like price perfection stuff, I guess. We shall see how it goes. I definitely don't want to like burn myself out. And I don't think I'm in danger of doing that anytime soon, but I definitely, you know, have to be at least cognizant of that. That even if you don't feel like you're gonna burn out, it can sneak up on you very fast. Plus, you never know what life is gonna throw at you to cause you to burn out even faster. Did I come back to Argon saying he's going to take some time off, like well and truly off? Probably not. Not anytime soon. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, it depends on what you mean, like, time off. Like here's the, even my family vacation, as nice as it was, I don't know if I would classify that as true time off for myself. Because I was spending a lot of time with family, which takes, like, spending time with people, even people that I love and care about a great deal, takes a decent amount of energy out of me. I'm one of those people that definitely has to take time to just, like, relax and do my own thing. If I really want to decompress, just completely isolate myself from, like, everything for a little while. And it's been a hot minute since I've done that. Alright, that was a good productive day. We needed to do that at some point, so I'm glad we got it out of the way early in the winter here. Guess we technically didn't need to. We could just entirely rely on hay ad infinitum until the end of the world here. You know what's sad is that I looked at this chest that contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stacks of hay, and I'm like, darn, we're starting to run low on hay. I only have 5,000 hay left. How did I let it get so low? Guess it's just a matter of perspective, I suppose. Simp is great. Are we talking about the song or the process of simping? Chat, who do you simp for? Wait, don't answer that. That's a weird question, and I apologize. Backpedal, backpedal, beep, beep, beep. You know that infamous noise that bicycles make when you backpedal? Beep, beep. But if you want to answer it, then I'm not going to stop you. I mean, I put the question out there in the universe. That's on me. Are we gonna buy more hay? Not anytime soon. I think I do, like, I jokingly say that, you know, 5,000 is running low. I don't think it actually really is, though. I feel like 5,000 is still plenty for the foreseeable future here. I ain't mad about that. You're a simpleton in many subjects. I mean, I feel like that's true of most people, though. Simpleton feels like... I don't know. I feel like if I called someone a simpleton, I feel like that would be extremely rude. If I call myself a simpleton, that's probably okay. snow day. Every day's a snow day here in Stardew Valley. If by snow day you mean, you know, you take the day to relax and enjoy it. If you mean like actual literal snow, then I mean it is snowing. I can respect that, or I can appreciate that. It hasn't snowed at all here, actually, this, like, so far. Which is kind of surprising. Normally you get at least one, even if just a short-lived snowfall. By this point in October, like, we're like 2/3 of the way through October already, and I haven't seen a single snowflake on the ground. In fact, I would say that October has been one of the rainiest months of the year for us, if anything. There's been a decent amount of rain, and not a single iota of snow. Sorry, Iota, I didn't mean to call you out like that. Why am I farming aquamarines? That would be for trading at the Desert Trader for cloth, so we can tailor things in the future. Starting tomorrow, the night market will be in town. Good to know. I plan on not visiting that. Ha, got him. It's snowing out and Beatrix is still wearing shorts. To be fair, though, she is spending like 23 hours a day inside in her snuggly bed. So I think she's doing all right here. Especially because there's like open flames inside of her house. It's probably pretty warm in here. I don't think she has like a hot water heater or anything like that. But she's vibing. For the drip, exactly. Have the trees turned here? They have, yeah. They usually turn pretty fast here. Pretty much like I'm looking outside right now at a tree that is completely barren of leaves. Not a single leaf to be found. They have all fallen off by this point. Iridium fireplace. Where do you get the iridium fireplace? Is that sold by Krobus? I'm trying to remember. Or is that just in the furniture catalog or something? And I'm being silly. Night market. Oh yeah, the night market does have like some unique furniture, doesn't it? Night market exclusive. I will never forgive Concerned Ape for making one of the pieces of furniture you can buy at the night market called the Stone Owl. My man forgot there was another Stone Owl. How dare you besmirch the legacy of Hootie like this by making one that you can just buy? You can just buy Hootie? Not my Hootie. You could have picked any other bird, Concerned Ape. You could have made a stone parakeet. You could have made a stone seagull. You could have made a stone flamingo. You chose Stone Owl twice. Is it just that owls are the best of all birds? Chat, what's your favorite bird? It might be an owl. Don't let me owl shame you out of picking owl in this case. This is just my own personal pet peeve. Parrots? I do like parrots. Parrots are very colorful. I think that Netherlands is similar in latitude to Alberta. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Sparrow, bald eagle, herons and crows. I'd say I'm probably like a hummingbird man myself. I like the little hummingbirds. Owls are pretty top tier though. If I were making a bird tier list, I think owls would sit comfortably. They would perch rather comfortably in A tier. I'm like on the border of A and S. I don't know if an owl is an S tier bird. Hummingbird is an S tier bird. Can I hit you with a hot take? I think a vulture is an S tier bird. I think vultures are super cool. I like them from, like... I like how they look. I like them, like, conceptually. All raptors are cool. Valid. Very valid. Wait, did we get our Winter Star gift recipient today? Do we actually get to give a gift? Wait. It's Lewis. Oh, you'll love to see it. Lewis, your gift recipient is Lewis. Don't tell anyone. Signed, Mayor Lewis. Do you see something wrong here, Mr. Mayor Lewis? Do you see something potentially confusing in this situation here? Don't tell anyone. Wink, wink, wink. Joke's on you, Lewis. I'm not showing up at all. I mean, maybe he's realized that Beatrix hardly ever shows up to the Feast of the Winter Star anyway. And when she does, she gives the worst possible gifts. So he's like, he's taking the bullet so that nobody else has to. The Beatrix bullet. You like penguins too? Penguins are top tier for sure. Penguins are S tier birds. Especially baby penguins. Baby penguins are the cutest. Mourning doves, pigeons, vultures, hummingbirds, chickadees, songbirds, oh my. He saw Beatrix give ginger to Caroline and wants some. That's a heck of a long con. This time last year, he saw Beatrix give ginger to Caroline. And instead of going to find some ginger on his own because he got a craving for it, he's like, I'm gonna get some of that farm fresh ginger from Beatrix myself. It's okay. I don't mind waiting a year. That is patience that I could never fathom, honestly. Blue fairy penguins in particular are great. I don't know what those are, but just like the name alone makes me excited. Chat, I think I might have a new favorite Pokemon. I've always been a Spiritomb enjoyer. Spiritomb has been my favorite Pokemon for a very long time. And don't get me wrong, Spiritomb will always hold a special place in my heart for the nostalgia from Diamond and Pearl being like my first Pokemon games, from just like a design perspective, from a lore perspective. I think from a lore perspective, Spiritomb is probably still like even my favorite Pokemon. But from a design perspective, I think my tastes have shifted. I think my new favorite Pokemon, this is a Pokemon that I saw, I mean, I've known it for a long time, obviously, and it's always been in my top echelon, but I think my tastes have finally shifted enough for me to call this my favorite Pokemon. And I don't know how many people are going to even know what this Pokemon is, because obviously I have way more Pokemon knowledge in the brain than the average person. My favorite Pokemon now, these days, I would classify as Hatchram. I really, really, really like Hatchram. And I can't fully explain why. There's just something so perfect about Hatchram's design that I can't adequately express in words. And it's weird because Hatchram is one of those like middle stage evolutions, because you got your Pokemon that like evolve twice, and the middle stage is often like sort of like an awkward like teenager stage of the Pokemon. But Hatchram is anything but awkward. Hatchram is super cute. I love the way that it like it's standing on its like little pigtails that are coming out of its hat. It's got the cutest little face. It's got like this tiny smile that just makes my heart grow 3 sizes every time I see it, which is honestly kind of a health problem at this point. Please, every time I see a picture of Hatchram, I get heart palpitations. I should probably see a doctor about it. Yeah, the middle evolution. Hatchram is just a hat that does magic. It's beautiful. I love Hatchram. We stan Hatchram in this household. Your favorite's Clodsire? Clodsire's pretty good. When I first heard Clodsire's name, I knew it was already a good Pokemon, and then its design does not disappoint either. That said, can we talk about Generation 9 for a minute? Chat, I've gone off on this tangent before about how Lechonk is a real Pokemon, and I didn't believe it for the longest time, but I've finally come around to accept that Lechonk is not only the name of a Pokemon, but it is an actual Pokemon itself. That's fine. How the heck is there a Pokemon? How did no one ever tell me that there is a Pokemon called... It's called Varoom, and it evolves into Revavroom, and it's like a vacuum cleaner? Like, I don't even know how to unpack that one. Revavroom? It's the stupidest and but most hilarious thing I've ever heard. It's a motor. It's a car engine. It's a car engine. No, it's a Pokemon. Like, imagine we just, went out into, like, the Amazon rainforest at some point and ran into a new species of animal that looked like a television. How do these things happen? How do you get a Pokemon that's a car motor? Do I want to know? They literally use them as cars in the game, just like the motorcycle lizard. That one, I mean, I can forgive, but they called it Revavroom. Television Pokemon? You mean Rotom? Rotom's not a television. Rotom is an electronic virus that inhabits appliances, a la that one Scooby-Doo movie. Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase or whatever it is. We already have a Chandelier Pokemon. But that one, it makes more sense because Chandelure is a ghost-type Pokemon, so it's almost like a ghost that, like, inhabited a Chandelier and loved it so much that it became the Chandelier. That I can get behind. Isn't, like, Revavroom just, like, a Steel-type Pokemon? It just is the motor. If it's a Ghost-type Pokemon, I retract all my accusations. Gen 1 or Energy? Yes, Lewis. I remembered that my secret friend is Lewis. You got here just a few minutes ago and only just saw the goal. Yeah, there's a reason we've been sleeping for the past however long. The fact that Gen 9 has a Pokemon literally called Flamingo is crazy. I mean, Gen 1 has a Pokemon literally called Seal, so I can't get too mad about that one. It's Steel Poison. Poison because of, like, exhaust fumes? One thing I will give credit to Gen 9 for, though, I don't mind the pretty much any generation of Pokemon, I find things to love about it. One thing I really like about Generation 9, specifically the new, like, DLC that it just came out with, is the naming convention of those, like, 3 Pokemon. You got Okidogi, Monkey Dory, and Pheasantipity. That's just fun to say. Okidogi, Monkey Dory, Pheasantipity, and Poe. I love it, dude. It's so fun. Is Joja Cola a shipping goal? It is not. It's not part of the shipping collection. Kind of wish it were, though, because we got infinite Joja Colas. Also, another Gen 9 Pokemon whose name makes me laugh. Sandy Shocks. Like, I know all the, like, Paradox Pokemon have kind of, like, weird Pokemon names, because they're, like, just, like, phrases. Like Iron Bundle, Iron Moth, but Sandy Shocks is so funny to me for some reason. It sounds like a person's name. Like it's kind of like it's a name that would catch your attention, but like if someone introduced themselves and they're like, "Hi, I'm Sandy Shocks," you would either think that it's like a persona they put on for their electrical business, or that's just their name. Like, I would accept that as an actual person's name. And I can't think of too many other Pokemon that have that vibe. Good to go to sleep for the night? I think so. The future Paradox Pokemon have the worst names. My favorite Pokemon is Iron Leaves. I can't, like, how could you even say that with a straight face? It's so good. You're right, I don't really like the name of the future Paradox Pokemon. At least with, like, the past Paradox Pokemon, you got, like, a variety. But the future ones, it's all, like, Iron Treads, Iron Bundle, Iron Crown, Iron Leaves, Iron Moth. Like, there's none of them that aren't iron, right? And the worst part is they're not even all, like, Steel type. Reminds you of that one SpongeBob character, Sandy Cheeks. Your favorite Pokemon are a bit of a grab bag. What do you got? You got Flaffy, Altaria, Palmy, and Wooloo. Fluffy stuff. I do like fluffy Pokemon too, and that's a decent pick list. You get my thumbs up of approval, Sugar Prince. At any rate, that's your daily dose of Pokemon discourse for now. I know a lot of you in chat do enjoy Pokemon, but there's also a lot of people in chat who will be listening and be like, "Oh no, he's off on the Pokemon tangent again." Well, time for me to lurk, so don't worry, we're done. That said, am I the only one who thinks that Squawkabilly looks like the mascot for a children's cartoon series? And not just because every Pokemon looks like that, but Squawkabilly in particular. Anyway. I'm going to ship all this jelly so we get our nice New Year's message as we crest out of year 18, which has been pretty good to us other than this whole Crimson Fish fiasco, and into year 19. I'm going to take a hydration break. Get yourself your firework and your party popper emojis ready. Only comes around once a year. We got to take it. Let me take a quick break, though, or a quick drink break. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1. Happy New Year, baby. Year 19. We are almost through our second entire decade of randomized perfection goodness. Quick, somebody tell Nightbot. Somebody tell Nightbot. No, wait, I can tell Nightbot. That's an easy one to fix. Current in-game year 19. 19. It's older than a significant portion of people watching this right now, probably. Did we do anything else today besides befriending Demetrius? We did, in fact, ship a hot pepper and a radish, and I don't want to brag, but I did craft a wood sign. I know. You can stop applauding now. It's okay. It's not that okay. It's pretty cool, but like, all right. That's enough. That's enough. That's all good. Anyway, let's move on. My game is the same age as you are now. I feel like eventually this challenge will reach the same age that I am now, which is, I mean, it will be 29 in December. But I don't know if we'll get to 29. I don't know what's going to come first. Will it be my 29th birthday, or will it be my 29th year in this challenge? I guess it depends on how much streaming I do between now and then. Wood sign is huge, actually. I feel like wood sign would have been bigger if I didn't already have the crafting recipe for stone signs unlocked. But I'll take it. Oh, wait, it's spring. Should I plant anything? Should we plant anything, or should we just accept the fact that we don't really need to plant anything anymore, and we're just kind of biding our time by planting things? And like look at all this hoeing I would have to do to make this work out. That said, it just feels wrong to not have anything growing here at all. I can't just leave these fields barren for my little Junimo friends, can I? No shot. Give the Junimos something to do. Exactly. We don't want them to atrophy their little magical arms. Do it for the Junimos. You do it for her, and you would do it again. You do it for her, that is to say, you would do it for them. Plant your crops now. Put them in the soil. Make sure they're all watered. Want them to grow strong. Ooh, HelloFresh. That was quite the assortment of things out of those crates. I like that. Beans. Year of the Scythables. We did start that trend, I guess, with the Amaranth. We could continue that with, I guess it would be Kale, right? HelloFresh Premium. HelloFresh with a side order of banana puddings. We could do some kale. Year of the superfoods, maybe? I don't know. Kale is the quintessential superfood, I think, so I wouldn't be opposed to starting that trend. Excuse me? Oh, there was a seed there. I looked at chat for a second while I was hoeing. I didn't realize there would just be like a mahogany seed right in my face like that. Blueberries? Blueberries will be summer. We can definitely put it on the considerations for when we do get to summer here. What would be the summer superfood? If kale is a spring superfood, what's a summer superfood? What's the fall superfood? Wouldn't that be bok choy? Or is bok choy also spring? I want to say bok choy is fall. Are blueberries a superfood? That's why you said it. Why don't I consider blueberries a superfood? I guess that's just my brain, I don't know. They have antioxidants. Blueberries are the most superfood. I mean, they are a superfood, but are they a superfood? Yes, I guess they are. It's like the difference between the Super Bowl and a superb owl. If you had to choose between the Super Bowl and a superb owl, which are you taking, chat? There is a correct answer. And I'm pretty sure you all know what it is, so I'm not concerned here. Superb owl every time. Superb owl. How could you not take the superb owl? It's literally in the name. It's superb. This is not your everyday owl. This is a superb owl. Superb bowel? No, that's different. Definitely not a super bowel. Chat, is my sense of humor broken? I just pictured someone like typing out like owl emoji, and there's an arrow pointing to the owl emoji, and then it just says this owl is superb, and that made me laugh so hard in my brain. It got a hearty chuckle out of me in my brain, and I think my sense of humor has officially been broken by the internet. All right, we're gonna buy all the kale. See, exactly. That's exactly it, Tree to me. This owl is super. Look at all the superb owls. It's so good. This owl is superb. Why is that so funny? Why do I find that so funny? It's even funnier when I see it actually typed out. Right click to retrieve banana energy for sure. It's the little things. It's the little things like that that'll get you through the day. You think the word superb is just a funny word? Superb is a great word. One of the greatest adjectives, one of the most superb adjectives of all time. Superb vowels. You know what's an internet moment that is like kind of in that same vein of being like so like random and kind of seemingly mundane that it shouldn't be funny, but I laugh at it every time anyway. I don't know if anyone's gonna like get this reference, but there's a Vsauce video where he drops a banana on the floor and then he leans down and he points at the banana on the floor and he says, "This is unfortunate." And it gets me every time, dude. He's pointing at the banana on the ground and he just says, "This is unfortunate." And I'm like, dude, he's right. That is unfortunate. This banana fell on the ground. That's so unfortunate. I don't know why. I'm just picturing it now. This is unfortunate. Look, chat. Look, this banana. It's like I'm Vsauce right now. This is unfortunate. Except it's banana pudding instead of banana. But in concept, you laughed, right? Tell me you laughed, please. I should save that clip on my phone. Maybe I should make it my ringtone. Whenever I do get a phone call, it does go through my mind like, oh, this is unfortunate. I don't want to talk to someone on the phone. Ew. Can't they just like text me instead? I feel like I would get a lot of mileage out of that ringtone, actually. I feel like it would still make me laugh every single time. Do I ever get annoyed at my ringtones, though? No. I only have the default ringtone. I've never changed my ringtone once. My ringtone, when my phone rings, it goes like... ring, ring, or whatever it is. I forget. I actually don't even... I couldn't even tell you what the default, like, ringtone on my phone is. It's probably not that now that I'm thinking about it, but I've never changed it, so. Every introvert when someone calls. Alright, I don't think there's anything else we need to do today. We got our grass set up. We got our grass set up, but the grass is kale. Our super grass set up. I think we're good to go. Pop up my silos if I haven't done so already, and then we'll head off to bed here. You're just not prepared to have people hear your voice. Like, there are some things where it's probably better that people call you, and it'll like be over. Like, if you have to have like an actual proper conversation, it's probably better to do that via phone than it is via text, because it'll probably take less time overall. But most things these days can be resolved and communicated either via like a text message or an email or something like that. It's rare that I find myself needing to make a phone call. Phone makes noise, I look at the incoming call and ignore it. That's most of my experience too, unless it's someone who's in my contacts list, or it's or I'm like expecting a call. I'm like 9 times out of 10 I'm ignoring it. 10 times out of 10 if it's like a 1-800 number, there's like no reason to answer one of those, right? For God's sake, never leave me a voicemail. I am okay if you leave me a voicemail, if you're okay with the fact that I'll probably never listen to it. Or I'll probably listen to it because I'll eventually feel guilty enough that I haven't listened to it yet, and I'll listen to it like a week after you call. But if it's important enough, they'll call back. OMG, I do this every time. You usually ask people on Teams if I can call them before you do. I feel like that's a good idea in principle, but I feel like if I did that in like real life, if I texted someone and it's like, hey, are you cool if I call you? I feel like that's the fastest way to get them to not answer my text. Like, we could be having a like in the middle of like a nice fun conversation, and then I'll be like, hey, do you mind if I call you? And then they'll leave me on red for like at least 3 hours, and they'll be like, oh, sorry, I got busy. Anyway, sorry, I'm too busy for a call right now. Can you just tell me over text? Haha. You rarely text, flip phone. Whatever works for you. As long as you can communicate with the people you need to communicate with in an efficient manner, I think you're doing all right. The only person you actually call is your mom. My mom is also like the only person I actually talk to on the phone on any regular basis. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. Like my mom and my dad, like any close family like that, I'm usually okay with talking on the phone with. Not for like a prolonged period of time, ideally, which is why like no shame to my dad, but he does have he's very long-winded, which I'm okay with. Like, I will sit and listen, and I'll be polite, and I'll add things to the conversation where appropriate. I've learned how to talk with like people who just like to keep talking and talking and talking, of which my dad is definitely a person like that. But like every single time my dad calls, I know I'm in for a bare minimum 45-minute conversation, regardless of what he's actually calling about in the first place, unless it's like an urgent call to just like address something quickly, which it rarely is. It's usually just a call to like get caught up and stuff. But like 45 minutes is too long. Is too long, in my personal opinion. I think the average length of a phone call with a close family member or someone you like, or like a close friend or something like that, I feel like a good length for a call like that to just get caught up if you need to just have like a quick chat or whatever is 15 minutes. I feel like 15 minutes you can pack in everything you realistically need to. And that might even be pushing it. Like if it were entirely up to me, I'd be like, you got 5 minutes, pal. I'm setting a stopwatch right now. But 15 minutes, I feel like, is enough breathing room for most conversations to take place. 15 minutes is your max? Yeah, I could get behind that. Mom and I just took care of business in 90 seconds. I love calls like that, where it's like you both know what the deal is. You just need to talk about something real quick. Just a very quick ping pong back and forth. And then you hang up and you're done. Easy peasy. The other day at work, I had to call the IT department to get something fixed. I guess it was not just the other day. This was a while back, actually. Either way, I had to call the IT department to get something fixed. And I was put on hold, as you often are with an IT department. And as I was listening to the song, I feel like I've already told this story on stream, but either way, I'm going to tell it again because it's on my mind. Wait, the Junimos, they're harvesting the kale! They're harvesting the kale! No! It's okay. It's okay. You're allowed to harvest some of it, okay? But I need you to stop right now. I need you to stop. Stop what you're doing. Put down the kale. Put down the kale. I repeat. Put down the kale. Look, they all stopped. They're like, oh, whoa. Alright, I'm gonna put away... I guess I should move the flowers over there, if nothing else. Union-mandated break. What are they even talking about? Oh yeah, I was on the phone on hold with IT, and I was listening to it. Because they put you on... They, like, say, like, you're gonna be put on hold for however long. And then they start playing music for you, right? And they started playing the music, and I was like, ooh, this song's kind of a banger. I kind of like it. Like, most of the time, hold music is not that great, but sometimes it's okay. Sometimes, I'm feeling it, and it's fine. Let's move this amaranth. Move the amaranth first. Put it right over here. These chests are getting just too full. And then that song, ended. As I was on hold with the IT department, the song it played through, it was a very nice, fun, lively song. It ended, and I'm like, cool. And then it started again. And then I'm like, okay, I don't mind listening to the same song twice in a row. That's fine by me. Especially because it's like a good song. And then it ended. And then it started again. And I'm like, wait a minute. Is this the only song that they have? Because in my personal experience, anytime you call somewhere and they put you on hold, there's some variety to the songs. It's not always like the best song choices all the time, but you at least get like a little variety so that you're not like, if you're on hold for a long time, you're not like losing your mind, right? But no. With this IT department, I was, like, on hold with them for probably, like, 45 minutes to an hour, listening to the same 3-minute song, which I mean, I was on hold long enough that I know it was 3 minutes. I listened to it on repeat for that entire length of time. I was able to, like, put it on speakerphone and at least work on some other stuff, but I was still hearing the song, because, like, I have to listen to know when I'm not on hold anymore. And I'm like, what kind of twisted torture method have I stumbled upon here? Like, I feel like that should be illegal. I feel like you should not be allowed. I feel like you should have there should be a minimum song variety requirement for when you put people on hold. Is that just me? Like, am I making too big of a deal out of this? It's always the same monotonous song on hold for you here. I mean, at least the song that I was listening to was... I mean, it started to get monotonous after, you know, like, the 6th play. But at least it started off all right. Welcome back, Intensive Porpoise, and thank you to Knock Mazachowski for being a member for 14 months as well at the Neutron level. Thank you. Like a VOD and a half behind, so just stopping in to say hi. Thank you. Hello. And I greatly appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, that was my first time ever experiencing something like that, though, where you just, like, get the same song on hold forever. I usually get at least, like, probably, like, 5 songs. Like, 5 different songs. Or they're playing, like a radio station or something sometimes. That's honestly kind of the ideal, is if they're just, like, playing the radio. Because radio stations, by and large, are usually pretty diverse in their music choice. So that's usually pretty nice. The story started very happy, but turned worse and worse. Do you want to know what actually, you know what? I forgot about the very end of the story, because the end of the story is probably the worst part of it all. I sat there listening to that song for like 45 minutes to an hour, whatever it was. Just waiting, just this having this song drilled into my brain the entire time. And then I reached the end of my shift. So I was like, well, I'm not going to stick around. I guess I'm just not getting this resolved. So basically, I sat on hold for like an hour to have nothing accomplished. Because like normally when I call IT, I'm through in like 20 minutes max. But that time, it was like the one time where like no one was there. They were all out to lunch or something. I don't know. And then my shift was just over. So well, I guess I'll have to call back. And then I did call back the next day, and I was on hold listening to the same song for like another 25 minutes or something like that. I don't know. The thing that probably frustrates me the most is that it didn't used to be like that. Like, I've called that IT department before, and that was the first time. Like, I've been on hold with that IT department before, and that's the first time I noticed that they were only playing the one song, which is probably why I was so frustrated about it. It was because, like, they actively changed it from being multiple songs to being just the one. Like, they were so in love with this one song for their hold machine that they were like, yeah, no one's gonna get tired of this. Listen to it, it's a bop. And they're not wrong, it's a bop the first 5 times you hear it, maybe. Do I want to hum or whistle the song? Honestly, I can't remember the song anymore. Like I said, it's been a few months at least, so I've finally gotten it out of my brain what the actual song was. But I feel like if I were to call that IT department again and listen to that and like get that song again in my brain, it would all just come flooding back to me. It's a holding machine because it holds your soul. So true. They probably just want people to get sick of it and hang up. Does anyone work in IT here? Like, why is it that every time I call somewhere for IT help, I'm on hold for like at least a few minutes? It's very, very rare that you actually get through to a person like immediately. And I feel like that can't be because like IT, like there's so many people just calling the same place all at the same time always, that's just like that the lines are just that busy. I feel like there's got to be some other reasoning behind it. Like, what else are they doing? Like, obviously they have other work to do, but isn't like a big part of the job supposed to be there to like being there to help people work through IT related concerns? No disrespect to the IT workers. Like, every time I've actually spoken to an IT worker, they're great people and they always help me through any problem that I might be facing. Lickety split. I've very seldom had a bad interaction with an IT person. Make sure you really need the help. I mean, luckily I'm like technologically proficient enough that I usually don't need help from IT, but on the occasions that I do, I usually like really need the help. So you work IT call center work. The company hires a volume of people to work a shift based on what's happening in the year before, what's happened in the year before volume wise. Okay. So they kind of estimate how many people they're going to need based on like their call volume history over the like earlier parts of the year, or like maybe like their previous like this time last year or whatever it is. That makes sense to me. But are they just always wrong then? Is it always just like understaffed because like it's always like higher volumes than you expect? I don't know. Maybe this is just my own anecdotal experience. Maybe every time I've called an IT department, it's just been a bad IT like call center or whatever. Who knows? Also, it's when I call. What season are we? This is spring right now. We're slowly working our way towards summer here. Not too much longer now until we actually get a chance to catch the crimson fish, which I think I should swap out my training rod for the bamboo pole in order to do. I feel like it's probably better to do it that way. That said, if I use the bamboo pole, I do have a chance of getting a higher quality crimson fish, which would not be good because that's like a significant amount more experience, I think. We'll start with the training rod, and if I feel the need to switch, then I always can. That's not a big deal, I suppose. When people have time to call, everyone is calling. I guess that makes sense. Like, if it's around, like, if it's like a downtime for a lot of businesses, like where there's like not, it's like nice and quiet and there's not a lot going on, and like you've been meaning to call IT about something, so you're like, I guess now I'll call. And that probably happens in a lot of places all at the same time, because a lot of like those downtimes for businesses happen around the same time. That actually makes sense. There's a high likelihood that if something is broken for you, it's broken for many other people too. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it depends on the exact nature of your job, but there are a lot of things that are like linked to a server somewhere that like if something goes wrong in that server, it's going to affect a lot of places. So that's valid. What's the point of switching? Of switching rods? Well, my rationale is that like the training rod might give us a higher incidence rate of seaweed than the bamboo pole would, because the training rod will make it so we're less likely to, or there's a smaller pool of fish to choose from. But I think those fish that we can choose from will still be like the same approximate catch rates, or the same approximate rarity, I should say. Which makes me think that I might just end up catching more seaweed, and if I catch more seaweed, then that's like anytime I catch seaweed, I have to reset, basically. Can you catch a crimson fish with the training rod? You can, yeah. You can catch any legendary fish with the training rod. As long as you meet the level requirement, you're fine. It's one of those weird quirks of the training rod. Honestly, it's more of a weird quirk of how the legendary fish work, but it is certainly possible. I've talked with Blade enough about the inner workings of fishing mechanics in preparation for the Master Angler Challenge and stuff, that one is locked in my noggin for sure. Do I think planned obsolescence is a thing? Probably in certain capacities. I was actually kind of talking about this with my mom the other day. Do you think that there are light bulbs, or that light bulb companies could make light bulbs that last like basically forever if they wanted to, but they don't, because then they'd be out of business? I feel like there are light bulbs out there that last like an insanely long time. I don't know if they can make ones that last like literally forever. I don't know enough about like light bulb science to definitively say, but I feel like light bulbs always last less time than I think they're going to. That's a thing for sure. It feels like it's a thing. Like, it feels like one of those things that kind of sounds conspiratorial, but when you actually think about it, it kind of makes a lot of sense. It's like not that far-fetched. The filaments wear down and waste electricity. But I mean, that's probably true of like the most rudimentary light bulbs, but I feel like light bulbs have been around long enough that problem has been solved or circumvented, or at least reduced in some way, to the point that light bulbs should last like probably like at least like 3 or 4 times longer than the average light bulb does. Because I feel like I'm changing light bulbs way too often. Many LED light bulbs overheat on purpose rather than use more LEDs and run at 80% power, which is super efficient. You just watch the video about it, it's definitely a thing. Wait, did Veritasium make a video about this? Is that why I'm so like it's so locked in my brain? Because I do watch Veritasium, and I think he made a video about something like that, like years ago. Yeah, that's a Veritasium video. Core memory unlocked, but it's not really a core memory. That's not what core memory means. Just memory unlocked, I suppose. The light bulb companies got together to plan standards so one won't put them out of business or put themselves out of business. The Great Light Bulb Council. I believe that, yeah. It's a different channel, you don't remember? I mean, I'm sure other channels have made videos about it. That doesn't surprise me either. Do you think there are also some... Do you think there are some use cases for light bulbs that are, like, so important? Like, this light bulb needs to stay on or needs to stay active at all times possible, that they like, strike a special deal with the light bulb companies? Like, we'll pay you extra to make, like, a super light bulb so that we don't have to worry about this one for a really long time. I don't know what use cases that would be, necessarily. I feel like that's, like, the next logical spot for that rabbit hole to go. Operating rooms? Yeah, that would not be good. Yeah, if you're in the middle of a surgery and all of a sudden the light goes out. They probably have, like, backup generators and stuff for that sort of situation, too. So you'd need to have pretty reliable light bulbs for something like that. Traffic lights? Yeah, traffic lights are kind of a big one. I don't know what kind of light bulbs traffic lights even use. My brain wants to say halogen, but that's probably not right. They're probably like LEDs at this, like, in this day and age. There's a light bulb somewhere that's been on for decades. I did watch a video way back when of, like, a light bulb in a fire station that's been on for over a century. I don't know if it's still on or not, but it's at the time of the video, it had been burning for, like, at least they say it had been burning for a century, and I'm optimistic enough to just believe them at face value. Obviously, they didn't have, like, a recording of it for the entire century. That would be kind of crazy. I'd be more impressed if they did have a recording of the entire century of the light bulb not going out. The Centennial light is the world's longest-lasting light bulb, burning since 1901 and almost never turned off. Maintained by the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department. That must be the one I'm thinking of, yeah. Well, there you go. Certifiable. Thank you, Intensive Porpoise, for presumably the Wikipedia article drop. Thank you. Reminds you of the pitch drop experiment that's been going on for, like, a century. Isn't that, like, being live streamed? Where there's, like, I forget what the actual, like, context of it is, but there's, like, a university that has, like, a little, like a funnel that's full of, like, pitch or something. Which is, like, pitch is, like, a really, like, thick liquid. And it slowly, over time, will, like, funnel out and, like, make a little drop of pitch. And then it'll eventually, like, after, like, years and years and years, it'll, like, drop a single drop of pitch into, like, a beaker below or something like that. I forget what the context of that is, but that is a thing. And I feel like it's, like, live streamed. I feel like you can watch the pitch drop in real time if you really want to. It's kind of like watching paint dry or watching grass grow, but, like, 10,000 times worse. Don't know about a live stream, but it's definitely recorded. It's like the Yule log, but for science nerds, of which I am one. Are they expensive to manufacture? Light bulbs? I would hazard a guess that light bulbs are not expensive to manufacture, but I don't actually know. I have to be really bored to watch that live stream. I mean, who knows? Maybe they got some good music going on in the background at the very least. That'd be kind of hype. The first time it was recorded dropping, the camera malfunctioned. Is that real? That's actually so funny. You would think for a pivotal moment like that, like the first drop of this pitch experiment ever that they could record in, like, years, you'd think they would have, like, multiple cameras. If I was setting up that experiment and I had all that time to think, like, think of how this could go wrong in some way, I would probably invest in at least one other camera, like, and have them both running at the same time. That way, if one malfunctions, it's fine, the other one's good. And have them probably, like, connected to, like, separate computers as well. But that would be... I mean, who knows? Yo, 69 ancient fruit wine. Not bad, not bad. Could be a myth, because it sounds cool. B_boss for that live stream. Listen, I'm not going to disparage. I would never, ever even dream of disparaging B_boss.ogg. But if I had to listen to any song, including B_boss.ogg, for years on end, without any variation, I feel like I would go insane. I don't think there's any possible song you could listen to for multiple years in a row. Not that I guess you're being forced to listen to this live stream, but in concept, if that's the only song that's playing, I feel like you're ruining a good thing at that point. Just my own 2 cents. But if I had to pick a song... If I had to pick a song, I would probably do a significant amount of research and find a relatively long song that is varied enough that I could feasibly listen to it for a longer period of time. Like, I feel like if you were being forced to listen to one song and only one song on loop for the rest of your entire life, you have to pick a song that's at least, like, 20 minutes long or something like that. There's no other way, right? Like, you can't pick a song that's 1 minute long or less. Even if it's the boppiest of bops. That's too short of a repeat loop for it to be sustainable. Can't be a whole album. For the thought experiment, I would say probably it could not be a whole album. But there are songs that are just, like, really long. Kazoom, but a 2 to 3 hour version with variants. I could probably get behind that. Trapped in the Drive-Thru, only 11 minutes, but it's a good song. It is a very good song, Trapped in the Drive-Thru. I'm a Weird Al fan for life. But I feel like that would still be not... That would still... It's still too short of a song, I think. For, like, the rest of your life. Like, consider the rest of your life. Assuming you live, like, the average human lifespan. That's a lot of listens. Can you listen to other songs on top of it? No. The only song you're allowed to hear is the song you've chosen. All other songs are magically deafened to your ears. One-hour-long orchestra. Are you allowed to pause it? I would say you're allowed to not hear it when you're asleep. I feel like while you're falling asleep, it can slowly fade in volume, and then when you wake up, it'll slowly creep back up in volume to its usual volume, which is a comfortable listening volume for you. I feel like you can escape it in your dreams only. Something really quiet would be best. Like your own heartbeat. Your own heartbeat isn't a song, though. Technically, I mean, if we want to get really technical and game the system, aren't there songs out there? There's at least like one song that is just like, it's just like nothing for like 10 seconds, right? It's just, aren't there songs that are just like like literally no music, no sounds at all for like seconds, minutes, however long it might be? I'm pretty sure I've heard of that. 433. Oh yeah, someone mentioned that before, right? Sleepy Chase. Okay, 433 by John Cage. That's a loophole. I would say that's honestly like that's an acceptable choice. Because the flip side of that is that if you choose that song, you're never hearing music ever again. Like, what's worse, listening to the same song on loop forever for the rest of your life, or never hearing music, period, ever again? Kind of a lesser of two evils situation, I think. I feel like I'd probably pick no music ever again, personally. I wouldn't enjoy it, but I feel like it would be better than like ruining a song that I previously liked because I've listened to it so much, or going insane. The longest song is currently 13 hours, 23 minutes, and 32 seconds. I could make a longer one. It wouldn't be good, probably, but I could make a longer one. Your friend lost her hearing at 13. She still listens to music in her memory. So you'd say no music over one music. Yeah, I feel like no music is the play. If those were the only two choices, I feel like no music is the right choice. Are you allowed to sing? Now that's an interesting question. Probably not. Well, I guess you probably could sing, but you wouldn't be allowed to hear it. There would be some, like, whatever magical force is doing this to you would probably have some, like, sense of when something is or is not music. Can we stop now? I'm more than happy to stop because, guess what? It's summer. It's summer, it's time. Oh, I should have gotten a seafoam pudding in my inventory. That's okay. I mean, it's not that hard to just pick one up on the way out the door here, right? We got seafoam pudding right there, plus 4 fishing. I'm ready to do it. Can we catch a crimson fish on our very first try here? I don't know. I'm scared to find out. I almost want to do a poll. You know, we'll do a poll. We haven't done a poll in a little while. Let's see. How many resets for the or how should be how many resets? I guess it should be how many resets, because I'll probably end up like catching a seaweed at some point and then having to reset. How many resets for the crimson fish? Will it be 0 for my true optimists out there? Will it be 1 to 5, 6 to 10, or 11 plus? Get your votes in now, folks. The polls are open. For a limited time only, you can make your voice known in this Crimson Fish rally. The popular decision these days seems to be 1 to 5 votes, popular with 43% of the population. However, 6 to 10 is making a quick comeback. Oh, it's a close race. Haven't had a chance to be the pessimistic porpoise for ages. Alright, I've done my chores. And logic dictates if I do these mundane chores, then the game will see, like, oh, you're committing to this day being the day. All right, so I won't make you have to reset this one, right? That's the way this works. Go ahead and lock that in. Let's go do the darn thing. What I got in the mail here anyway? A little energy tonic. Get me pumped up for the day to come. Thank you, Pam. Oh, yeah. Let's go. The optimism is through the roof right now. I swear as soon as I go shower, you'll catch it and you'll miss the next several goals. I don't know how much longer we're going to go after we catch the crimson fish, or, I mean, depending on how long it takes to catch the crimson fish, we might not even get past that barrier, but we shall see. Yeah, if we get seaweed, then we'll have to reset. That's the only reset case, because otherwise we're gonna know if it's a crimson fish or not every time we cast here. All right, I like that. It looks like the seafoam pudding is like on a platter on my head. The sombrero has that effect. Let's do it. Training rod ahoy. Boom. And now we just wait for that little crown to adorn our screens. Now, our effective fishing level... Well, there's one reset. Our effective fishing level is only level 6, which is one level higher than what you physically need to find the crimson fish. Can we get new drift tomorrow? You know what? Maybe we should do that. Maybe I should do... I feel like I might do this. I feel like I might do all these chores, get them out of the way. I'll get the seafoam pudding in my inventory, and we'll get a nice little fishing outfit to lure the crimson fish in, and then we'll start doing our actual earnest attempts tomorrow. That reset still counts, but I feel like I need to get myself in a better mind space in order to properly do this. Crimson fit for a crimson fish. Now I'm tempted. I was thinking of just going like your standard angler outfit. Whatever that means. All right. Seafoam pudding. Let's see. I mean, you gotta go sailor's cap, right? We gotta go sailor's cap on this one. There's no other great option here as far as like fisher hats go. It's rare that we get the chance to even wear the sailor's cap, so I'm gonna go sailor's cap. Wait, that's actually kind of cute already on its own. Wait, chat, I don't want to change anymore. I didn't realize the sailor's cap matched so nicely. I feel like Popeye. Wait, she's kind of cute already. Is that the only change I needed to make? No, we can do more than that. Sailor Beatrix is so adorable. Do we have better? I mean, we have the sailor shirt. We do have the straight up sailor shirt. Is this better? It's pretty good too. I mean, crimson clothes. We'll try the sailor outfit for a while since we haven't done it in a hot minute. Skirt. I feel like the shorts match really nicely. We could try the pleated skirt, I guess. Let's see. No, I think that's too much white. I feel like the blueness of the shorts matches to a T. Shawnee do cosplay. Do we have any better shoes? The rubber boots for fishing? Ew. I mean, in principle, I like it, but in practice, green is not your color, honey. At least not with this outfit. We had a blue skirt. I feel like the shorts do nicely. It is absolutely just 100% Shawnee Do's outfit. I think the shorts are good here. Anchors away. Wait, did I get my... Well, I think I did get my screenshot, but I'm going to go fill up the silo anyway. There we go. 70 pieces of hay to the silo. Oh, I forgot to let the Junimos harvest the kale. Oops. They got to harvest some of it, but that's a yikes from me, dog. Ooh. Well, I'll plant some blueberries for them. And then we'll make sure that they... I guess I can let them harvest regardless. And on the bright side, this does keep our field hoed for the summer crops here. That's okay. We're not going to miss out on all that kale, I don't think. Or we're not going to miss having that kale, I suppose. Let's do this. And yeah, we can let them harvest as much as they want with the blueberries coming in because they regrow. Perfect. That going. Did I already turn this back on? I did. Oopsie. Alright, let's quickly go to Pierre's, get ourselves all the blueberries we need, and then we will plant them, lock in the day, and then commit to actually crimson fishing. What do you say, Pie? Pie says meow, because that's all he knows how to say. We are now Beanie Doo. Go have fun with Terraria there, Pickle Doof. Calm before the storm, aka the crimson fish. I feel like the storm would be more in line with the glacier fish, but the crimson fish is no slouch either. It's thrown me for a loop a lot in the past. Okay, perfect. Luck does not increase the chance of fish biting, no. It increases the chance of treasure spawning when you catch a fish. But that's neither here nor there for us. The only things that increase fish bite rate are bait. Wait, I guess we could don't we have access now to the higher tier rod? That's not a goal. Like, we don't have to wait for a goal to come to tell us we can buy a fiberglass rod. I didn't even think about this. We actually have access to the fiberglass rod and bait now, don't we? We could just rock with the training rod, but I feel like I should still at least buy this. Just to have the option. Trap Bobber's Pog. We can't do any lures yet. We can only do bait, because that's tied to your fishing level, but we can get the fiberglass rod, and we can buy, like, just a metric ton of bait here. Like, why not just, like, buy all the bait? Boom. Don't touch my horse, Lewis. Watch us get work boots from the Crimson Fish. That would be a truly unfathomable event. I took the bait. So true. R/technically the truth. Alright. Got that done. Gonna make a quick pit stop at Sandy's, just because I love putting off my actual goals as long as possible to go on these crazy side quests, because you never know when Sandy's gonna hit us with the most beautiful garment we've ever seen. This is an OG Chloe shirt right here. I'm pretty sure this is the shirt that Chloe wore during the no level up challenge. I'd recognize that green anywhere. Side quests will make the journey interesting. I'm glad you think so, Bailey. I quite enjoy the side quests myself. It's what adds character to the challenge, I think, rather than just doing, like, one mandatory goal into the next, monotonously just checking off a list. Like, my randomizer is different from your randomizer, and not just because the order of the goals is different, but because we have different playstyles. And there's something quite lovely about that. Alright, let's hoe the rest of this. I feel like I probably should water these spots as well, just because everything else is already watered. It would feel like icky to my pattern-minded brain if not all the blueberries were harvested at the same time. In before Crop Fairy just comes and ruins it anyway, but feel like I should at least, you know, set the stage appropriately here. Synchronicity. Great word. Great use of a great word. You'd think that in this challenge there wouldn't be such a thing as side quests? That's the beautiful thing, though, is that there's so much in this game that's not required for perfection that even though most of the game is still locked to us, we still have so many little things that we actually can do, so we might as well take advantage of them, right? Just about done here. Perfect. Also, might as well get these pine cones out of the earth. Get your pine cones out of my field. This little national hootie park is already beautiful enough without any more trees. Still hoping to see a slime hutch at some point. It probably will happen. I don't know when or why, but I think it will happen. In my heart of hearts, I believe. But eventually, I will see the light and realize that the slime hutch has been required all along. Please tailor a sturgeon for the fishing drip. You want me to throw one of my poor pet sturgeons that I've been holding on to for so many years under the brutal needle of my sewing machine merely for drip's sake? I mean, you make a tempting proposition here. I do like drip. Alright, let me grab my copper watering can here. I think I am going to take my chances. Do I go training rod or do I go fiberglass rod? I think let's try out the fiberglass rod, try and make things a little bit faster here. Plus it matches my suite of tools a little bit better. It's got like a little copper handle and everything that I never even noticed. There's a part of you that wishes the slime hutch strat had happened. Honestly, me too. It's one of those things like what might have been if we had gone with the slime hutch strategy way back when. Who knows where the challenge would be right now. But that's okay. I think for the health of the overall challenge, it was still the right decision. Oops, watered the wrong way. Watered directly into the Junimo's house. Hopefully it didn't spook them too bad. Yo, Daraka X? Dare I say X? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name. It's throwing me off. But welcome on in. Your commute home was exactly long enough to reach summer 1st. We did technically reach it a while ago, but we've been busy doing chores anyway, so same in principle. Either way, good to see you. Hydrating the Junimos. Even the Junimos need to hydrate every now and again. Speaking of, thanks, Nightbot. Alright, let's put away all these little doodads we are no longer needing. Thank you for the battery pack, Pam. 1 battery pack for good luck. Okay, don't need that. Don't need the copper watering can. I think we're good, right? And the seafoam pudding is really the only addition I needed. The fiberglass rod. I think we're checking all our boxes here. I've made my list. I've checked it twice. I'm gonna go catch the crimson fish, whether it likes it or not. Save the day after all that progress. Yeah, I'm gonna save the day. Yeah, no, now that we're nice and set up, we got our drip all sorted out. We've got our seafoam pudding ready to go. We've got our new fancy rod. We gotta lock it in. And today is officially Crimson Fish Day. Get some Crimson Fish emojis in chat. Crimson Fish. That has to exist, surely, right? The Crimson Fish is definitely a real fish that would be made into an emoji. Clearly, obviously, without a doubt in my mind. I'm in love. Ooh. Flashback to your mom accidentally watering a hedgehog nest. Moments later, hedgehogs emerged and started pulling out all the wet bedding. She felt so bad. Oh no. This is kind of a cute visual though. Of like the hedgehogs like all coming out and being like, oh no. And then they just start like pulling it all out and like, I don't know, hedgehogs are just cute in principle, I guess. Getting creative for the Crimson Fish emojis, I appreciate it. This is the kind of luck we need. For our very first, correct me if I'm wrong, but very first legendary fish, right? I mean, Ollie is legendary in my heart of hearts, but as far as what the game considers to be a legendary fish, take what he can get. And it's actually a challenging legendary fish too. Oh, I was looking at chat and I missed the thing. I'm a little rusty when it comes to fishing, so it would seem. I actually don't know if I have to fish very far out here in order to like reel in the Crimson Fish. I feel like if I would like to fish close to shore if possible here, just to mitigate the possible quality of the Crimson Fish. But I don't know if this is in the, I think, wait, doesn't have to be, it has to be a certain fishing zone for the Crimson Fish, doesn't it? It has to be like fishing zone 3 at least. I feel like, yeah, fishing zone is one of those things that determines whether or not you can actually hook the legendary fish. You always fish off the left-hand side. I've done that before too. I feel like the left and the... I feel like actually any direction off this pier works. Oh, wait, that's not a Crimson Fish. That's just like an octopus or something. Ollie? Ollie, is that you? Ollie with a quick visit to make sure we're not falling asleep at the rod here. B-Boss right now would hype you up. I don't know if we're likely to get B-Boss. Aw, darn it. Alright, well that's reset number 2. Because we already had B-Boss a bit earlier in the stream, so I don't know if it's likely to show up. But it's not impossible. If we like reach the end of our stream playlist and then it starts looping again, and we could hit B_boss once more. The rare double B-Boss. You always fish straight off the top right shore. I don't know if I've ever done it that way. I think I've looked at like the Crimson Fish map before, and it goes like the area where you can catch it is a lot bigger than I ever expected. So like, yeah, you definitely could fish like over in this area, I think, and you can still catch the Crimson Fish. But old habits die hard. I'm gonna go ahead and just keep fishing off this this little portion of the pier here because I feel like it feels more cinematic that way. Fishing zone 3, yeah, that's what I thought. Sounded familiar. Are you kidding? The seaweed, dude. Not the seaweed. Three resets deep. That's okay. That's okay. We're still in the lower echelon of resets. 51% of chatters believe we will get this in 1 to 5 resets. We're on reset 3 now, which is mildly concerning, but That still means there are 2 resets left. Why did the sand blush? Because it has a giant fetish, and it was... people were stepping on it all the time. I don't know. That's... Sorry, this is PG-13. Wait, back it up. Back it up. Sand blushing. What's the actual joke, though? what's the... Forget I said anything, alright? Forget I said anything. Because the seaweed... I get it. I get it. I get it, and it's such a good joke that you can forget about what I said, right? Crimson Fish, where are you? You saw the stream starting as you were leaving for work, and you're catching the end now. Yo, good to see you. Good to see you, Jay Pierce. Oh, as you were leaving work, not as you were leaving for work. Hope you had a good day at work either way, and hello to your dogs as well. Seaweed. I'm never gonna see seaweed again without thinking of that joke, though. The audio cut out at the exact same time I was saying my punchline. Okay, that's all right. You didn't miss anything good. I didn't say anything untoward. I can't take a seaweed hit. Unfortunately, I can take some trash, but seaweed is its own goal. Catch seaweed is a goal because seaweed is part of the fishing collection. Seaweed, green algae, and white algae all kind of have that problem. In that they're obviously not that much experience, but, like, I just can't catch them because it's against the rules. No worries, Radioactive Blaze. Will we get a seaweed in the wake of this seagull? Get out of here, you. Oh, you actually just don't mind if I fish there. All right. I guess we're chilling then. I'll fish over here with the seagull. I think this spot still works for the crimson fish. Like I said, it's got a pretty big area of effect. I don't know what you're talking about, Potta. I never said that. I never said that. This is slanderous. This is defamation. You always like to fish near the seagull like you're making friends. I like that. I thought the seagull would honestly, like, go flying off somewhere. I'm glad that he just kind of hangs out. All right, well, that's 5 resets right there, I think. Which means we have to catch the crimson fish now. It's do or die to catch it now. Otherwise, we're moving on to the 6 to 10 bracket. We haven't even seen the crimson fish, which is kind of the crazy thing. Let's hope we're not getting catch mutant carp or lava eel before white algae. Lava eel would be okay, because the only thing that you can catch other than the lava eel in that area is trash. Everything else is burned up by the lava. Somehow the trash isn't, but don't think about it too hard. But yeah, trying to catch the mutant carp without catching any algae would be a pretty laborious process. That is very true. The moment we get the goal to, like, catch green algae or seaweed or whatever, That'll be a beautiful moment. I think the octopus is the hardest. It's definitely a contender. Okay, first actual chance at the crimson fish here. Let's just not blow it now. Please, please, just give me... Do it for the believers. Do it for the believers. Do it for the optimists in chat. No! Alright, it's fine. It's fine. We still get to keep fishing at least. We're still on our 5th reset. This still counts for the 1 to 5 believers. There's still an opportunity here. Everyone say hi to Ollie real quick. We'll move right along. That hurt you? That hurt you? It's okay. We're just getting a little bit of practice in. Practice makes perfect, as they say. And as long as we can avoid the seaweed going on forward, we're chilling. I just had to go and open my big mouth, didn't I? Alright, alright. Yak it up, you 6 to 10 believers. 6 to 10 resets. Just you wait, just you wait. The 11 plus reset voters, they're biding their time. We're gonna skip right on past this bracket. We're gonna catch like 5 seaweed in a row and go just go all the way to the highest possible tier here. Pour one out for the 0 believers and the 1 to 5 believers. That's all right. You know what? 6 to 10. I didn't want it to have to take this long. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to not make it 11. What can I possibly do to sway the odds in my favor? I'll start, I don't know. Maybe I'll start, like, angling the cast. I don't know. It has literally 0 effect, but it's fun to do. Like, if I just, like, do this and, you know, hold the button down off to the left. Ooh, look at that. Got a little curve there. That's where the crimson fish is right there. That spot right there. I have to be standing on this spot, and the crimson fish is in that spot. Yo, thank you, Radioactive Blaze. I mean, we've caught all the legendary fish previously with only the bamboo pole, so we can definitely do it. It's just a matter of sheer patience and force of will. Anyway, that's 7 resets. What's Haley saying? She says, I'm excited. Me too, Haley, because we're about to catch the crimson fish, and then we get to see what our very next goal is going to be. I am beyond excited to have an actual, honest-to-goodness, legendary fish in my life. It's gonna be a beautiful thing. I don't even know if I have any room in my aquariums for legendary fish, to be honest with you. Of the legendary fish, I feel like the crimson fish, like, okay, well, this is getting a little silly. I feel like the crimson fish is probably the one I'm most likely to forget exists. There's only 5, so I would never forget that, like, any of them exist, but it's the least memorable to me. Because the legend is obviously the legend. It's like the top tier of fish. It's like the apex predator. Then the glacier fish is right there behind it, because people often, like, have debates on whether the legend or the glacier fish is harder. And then I remember both the mutant carp and the angler because they're so easy. They're such easy fish. Like, I think about them because, like, they're your legendary fish. Like, especially the angler. I feel like the angler is always, like, crazy easy. And then the crimson fish is right there in the middle. It's, like, not super easy. It's not super hard, which is, like, by design, obviously. Level 5 fishing requirement is literally, like, splitting the difference between all of them. So it makes sense, but it's just kind of like that awkward middle child of the family. No offense if you are an awkward middle child. It's just, oh hey Ollie. No, I think that was actually Ophelia. Haven't seen her in a while, but I'd recognize that pattern anywhere. Good to know that she's getting along well, though. Which rod am I using? This is the fiberglass rod. Because we were able to buy it, we got some bait, so we can make these catches go just a little bit faster. You are an awkward middle child? Yo, shoutouts to all the awkward middle children in chat. Where's Oscar? We'll know Oscar if he rears his ugly head. And I do mean ugly. Ugly, open parentheses, derogatory, close parentheses. I guess I can't say, because I've never technically seen Oscar. But he's ugly in spirit because he's like the villain of our story. Where am I in the birth order? I am the youngest child of 2, so. That is 9 resets, I think. I think if we get to 11 plus resets, I might actually call it a stream there, because I could keep going longer, but to be honest with you, I'm getting hangry. And not actually hangry in, like, the dictionary definition of hangry, where I'm, like, hungry and angry, because I don't really get angry. I'm just saying hangry because it's a fun word to say. But I am actually legitimately getting hungry, so I'll need to head off and have some dinner at some point here. So hopefully the Crimson Fish will just acquiesce to our demands in the next couple resets here. Otherwise, we might have to save this for a later stream. You're the oldest of an oldest? What if I make it a sad spin? Like Oscar is mean because he got caught in some trash. He got caught in some trash on one of his tentacles. Can't make me feel bad for Oscar now. These days, every villain in every story, especially like, you know, a Disney story or something like that, does have a tragic backstory that kind of makes you feel bad for them. And it's like, oh, they're not evil. They're just doing bad things because they were bullied as a kid, or they ate a moldy sandwich one time, whatever the case might be. And don't get me wrong, I do appreciate those stories when they're done well. I think a good sympathetic villain is quite nice, but I feel like it's overdone a little bit these days. And sometimes I like a villain who's just like a bad person, you know? Like they know what they're doing is wrong, or like at the very least, they believe that what they're doing is right, even though it's like categorically evil. But they're not doing it because like because they have a sad story, a tragic story. They're just doing it because they think it's the right thing to do. The reason it's overdone is because it's accurate to reality. That is true, unfortunately. But I also think that, like, it doesn't have to be accurate to reality. A story can be fun because it's not accurate to reality. You can do anything in a story. Well, technically not anything. I mean, reality can be stranger than fiction because reality doesn't care whether it makes sense or not. He looks too much like Shawnee do. Live action Maleficent? Why did they make her a good person? Either way, though, like I said, you can do any story well, you can do any story poorly. I do feel like it's like there's been a lot of it that you've seen lately where you get the tragic villain backstory, but like Miss Palindrome said, it just makes sense because it's kind of true to reality a lot of the time. And I am of the opinion largely that any story, regardless of whether it's been done to death like a million times, if you tell it right, if you get the execution spot on, it doesn't matter how many times it's been told. Tell the story that you want to tell regardless of how many times, if you feel like it's been told. I think that was Ophelia for sure. It just needs to be done well. It's all in the execution, as they say. Wait, this is our 10th reset as well, by the way. Uh-oh. One more reset and we're officially in the 11+ zone. Yo, welcome in, Karita. We're here for a little bit longer anyway. I have to go have dinner soon, but this crimson fish has been yanking my chain here. I would like to put a rest to it. Most of the time, the reasons aren't relevant or the reaction is extreme to what happened, so it feels kind of bleh. Yeah, those are like examples of like the poor execution of it. Like if their tragic backstory is tied into what they're actually doing at the time, instead of being like, I was bullied in the 3rd grade, so I decided to take over the entire universe. Like that, like one does not track to the other very well. You can start with them being bullied in the 3rd grade, and that's just like, and set them on like a downward trajectory from there so that they get to the point where they're currently at, but that can't be like, you know, their main defining aspect of their story. But then I also feel bad if... Oh, wait, hold on. Yo, Crimson Fish. Crimson Fish is cooperating. Please. This is for the 6 to 10 reset believers. Come on, we got a chance here. We actually have an honest-to-goodness chance. Crimson Fish. Ooh, wait. Don't speak too soon. Don't speak too soon. Okay, don't. It's all right. It's all right. You have a good home. You have a good home waiting for you on Fractured Farm with plenty of other fish. Plenty of other fish. Just because I know I seem inexperienced, but you can trust me. I'm a master angler. Always have been, always will be. If there's anything I know in Stardew Valley, it's fish. I can take good care of you. We'll make great memories together. Just trust me. Just trust me. Just come on home. Please come home to Beatrix. Just give me an opportunity to show you how much I love you. It's all right. Run it back. Run it back. We still have a chance here. We still have 20 seconds of seafoam pudding. Come on. Yes, yes. I knew you wanted to come back for more. I knew you couldn't say no. Come on. This just shows that you're truly, come on, please. We got 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Give it to me. Give me. The one more chance. One more shot. No! The worst of all possible endings. This is the worst timeline, dude. It could have been a beautiful moment, and instead the seaweed all over me. Oh my gosh. Get out of here with that. All right. All right, I'll give it one more honest-to-goodness attempt here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and call it a stream. 3-act tragedy. We'll give it one more try here, whether I catch the crimson fish, whether I run out of seafoam pudding timer, or whether I catch seaweed. This is gonna be the last one. It should have been the moment, dude. That could have been beautiful. I said the exact... I didn't even read your chat message, Charlotte G. It was like, you know, great minds think alike. It's alright. It's alright. Every loss just makes your inevitable victory, that much stronger, that much sweeter, that much hyper. Let's do it. Let's catch this darn crimson fish. That's a piece of driftwood, actually. That's not the crimson fish. Common mistake, easy mistake to make. Anyone could have made it. But I'm going to need you to do a little bit better than that here. Also not the crimson fish. That fish was decidedly blue. Have I seen a rat in real life before? No. I've seen mice, but I have never seen a rat in real life. Because rats are, like, way bigger, aren't they? How's it going there, Ollie? Oh my goodness, Sarah Yams with the $11 super chat. This crimson fish catch is for you, sort of. Thank you so much for the support. We support the perseverance. Thank you so much. Celebrate their 5th super on a live stream. I didn't even realize YouTube kept track of that sort of thing. Yo, that's very hype. Thank you so much for the generosity and the support. I greatly appreciate it. You have filled me with a renewed vigor to try and catch this crimson fish. Next time, it's going to be the one. We got this. Come on. Come on. Give me one more chance. Show me that crown one more time here. We got plenty of time on our seafoam pudding. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to give it my all, to put everything out on the board here. It's what you gotta do when you're hunting these legendary fish. You can't leave any stone unturned, any fish uncaught, except for all the fish that are not the crimson fish, obviously. Distraction, sorry. Not a distraction at all, Sarah. It was a beautiful motivator. It's just that crimson fish was being a little picky. Okay, please, please. I don't want to catch that treasure either, because the treasure gives extra experience. The treasure was throwing me off that time. It's all right. 3rd time's the charm. This is the 3rd one here. Okay, well. We've still got a chance. No seaweed yet. Hopefully I didn't just jinx it. Yo, Woolly Socks, thank you for the 5 months of support at the Neutron level. Optimism for 11 resets. I mean, y'all are killing it with the support right now. I feel like I owe it to you to do one last run here. One last true run. One last true run at the gauntlet here. What are we on, 12 resets now? This one's for all my optimists out there. I know many of you voted for 0, 1 to 5, 6 to 10, whatever the case might have been. And even though those times have passed, they're long since behind us, you're keeping the optimism alive. You're always saying, this is going to be the next one. It's going to be the next one. And you just keep that spirit going. It's going to take you far, I promise. It doesn't always work out in your favor, but as long as you keep optimism up in the face of any and all doubt, I feel like you're going to lead a happy life. What did I say about jinxing myself? Look, I gotta talk about something. Alright. This is for real the final run, though. Come hell or high water, we're finishing up right here. When I think this is the... Wait, is this hell or is this high water? I'm not sure. Which is worse? Which is better? Which is the one we want? Oh no! I didn't think the metaphor through. It's okay, just catch the crimson fish. That's all I need to worry about. Don't. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We still have plenty of opportunities here. Crimson fish was just coming in for a quick little hello. Hello, how you doing? I'm here and I'm biting. That's what the Crimson Fish was telling me right there. That's just the beginning of our beautiful story today. Every story starts with a good introduction, and that was the Crimson Fishes. Do we need a name for the Crimson Fish? I don't think it's gotten to quite that point yet. Maybe eventually we'll have ChatGPT tell us a story about the Crimson Fish. I think that's how we landed on Ollie. Today is not that day, my friends. Well, not the best note to leave things off on, but at the end of the day, it's okay. Because no matter how many pieces of seaweed we end up catching in the pursuit of this Crimson Fish, we all know that the story only ends one way. It's with that bright, scaly, scarlet fish in our hands. Won't be today, but hopefully it'll be next stream. Thank you all for joining me on this journey, though. I would like to take a quick moment before we end the stream to remind you of a little something that's going on in our Discord right now. Do I have it loaded up here? I think I do. Boom. We have for those who might not be aware, we do have a contest going on in the Discord to design a Halloween-themed area in Stardew Valley. There's more details about it on the Discord itself. Definitely check it out there. There haven't been any entries yet, but which only means that you could be the first. There's plenty of opportunities to win fun prizes, and I look forward to seeing all your creativity on display. So get to work, get those screenshots in, and see what you can pull off. Give you a moment to read that, but yeah, no, I'm very, very excited to see what people will pull off. I feel like a lot of people are probably working on it and then like gonna post it towards the end of the month. That's what I would do for a contest like this. I would like make sure that what I was working on was the best it could be, and then like post it at like the last possible minute. So we'll see how that goes there. Either way, I digress. Thank you all for joining me for this lovely stream tonight. I will be back with more Randomizer, not tomorrow, but next week. But because tomorrow, we're going to be mixing things up a little bit. And we're going to be... Sorry, my brain broke for a second. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing Super Mario Bros. Wonder, the first 2D Mario side-scrolling platform adventure that has come out since, like, 2012 or something like that. It's been a while since the last, like, fully realized Mario, like, side-scrolling adventure. So it's going to be fun. I've been looking forward to it for a very long time. I hope that you all will join me on that wondrous journey when it comes to PASS tomorrow. It's a bit different than what we normally do around here, but I mean, I started off as like a Mario and Zelda channel anyway, so I'll gotta go back to my roots every now and again. Either way, be good to one another, be good to yourselves, and I will see you all on the flip side. This is Argon Matrix signing on out. Thank you and have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.